wins.
Yeah, everybody gets a Senate seat. So yeah, I mean, even from a self-interest perspective, I could see people in the California state government like really, really getting down with this. I think the real problem is people in California. When I tell them this idea, I get this look like, you're out of your mind. And you're from Illinois, so like, why are you trying to tell me what to do with my state?
Well, I mean, like the other thing would be like every one of these new states created out of South California would each have more people in it than almost every other state in America.
Yeah, exactly. They'd all still be quite large. Yeah.
Yeah, no, they'd be huge states. Now, you mentioned like a possible retaliation should the California plan ever become a reality would be to the Republicans to do the same and break Texas up into a bunch of different states, hoping to get the same share of their newly formed Senate seats. But you say that like that would be a little bit more of an iffy proposition for Republicans. It would be a little bit more dangerous or harder to predict for them that like to guarantee that they would get like, I don't know, a dozen new Republican senators.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of problems with it. I mean, one is that Texas, Texas is trending in the opposite direction from California. California is becoming bluer every day, whereas Texas is trending purple. And so I think that the breaking up Texas really has the potential to backfire on Republicans because of the demographic changes that are underway in the state of Texas. I don't think it's a swing state in the next decade, but I think it's moving in that direction. And if you wanted to break Texas up into 5 pieces, unless you want to stick like Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, and Houston into the same state and have a bunch of like bankrupt like rural hellholes, like you can't do it without creating a couple of Democratic states in its wake. So I think at most they could draw the lines and get a couple of extra Republican senators out of it.
Also, all of their belt buckles would be worthless.
Yeah, they'd have to print, the snake flag would have to be redone. It's really an iffy proposition. There's also a really strong sense of identity in Texas that I think this would not go over well anyway.
Don't mess with
California.
Don't mess with Texas's. Okay, so
we draw our boundaries, man.
Moving on from this, like the next peg in your platform here is one that is my, I think, personal favorite, and that is court packing. Good old-fashioned court packing, adding more justices to the Supreme Court, and creating a whole bunch of new federal judgeships as well. Obviously, I prefer sort of a pelican brief option for the current Supreme Court, but barring that, again, you mentioned the Constitution does not mention how many judges need to be on the Supreme Court. FDR tried this. Could you talk a little bit about FDR's court
saying that the rise of the populist right that started in the 60s with Goldwater would have somehow been stopped if there'd been sort of a hybrid vigor infused WASP establishment to fight it. I can't even form words at this point. I mean, what do you think politics is? Like, what do you really think is the driving factor? Is it there's no place in any of this for just the material reality of like the shifts of the economy and where power flowed with the rise of the energy economy of Texas or whatever, the way that shifted financial influence from the East Coast financiers to the West. Like, that has nothing to do with how many people in DC can like lift their fucking pinky finger when they're drinking tea. I mean, these are titanic material shifts, and that is what determines the political superstructure. He has this perfectly inverted understanding of politics, where it's just the need for WASPs to be imposing enough would keep the rest of us rabble in line.
I mean, I think the entire point of this column is that it's just like a giant like what if scenario. That like, what if when I went to college, like it was still cool to be a WASP, and like I was successful.
These kind of settler colonial countries like Australia as well, at New Zealand. I don't think it's it's by happenstance that an Australian guy in New Zealand goes to a mosque in March and opened fire and kills more than 50 Muslim people at prayer. And in his manifesto, he describes himself as a ethno-nationalist eco-fascist. And he sees immigration to Australia and New Zealand, North America and Europe as part of this war, as part of the Great Replacement. I mean, he said it in his manifesto, and then this in turn inspires the El Paso shooter to go to a Walmart, open fire, and more mass murder. And in this guy's manifesto, he actually says, climate change is happening. Americans aren't going to change, so we have to keep Mexicans from adopting our way of life. And that's why he chose the Walmart. He was literally saying, only we get Walmarts. You can't shop like us, and we're going to keep shopping. So, I mean, it doesn't get more literal than that. He apparently doesn't know there are Walmarts in Mexico.
But again, like all part of this is this idea that no longer is like the rising tides the threat, or the idea that we can do anything about stop the amount of carbon we're putting into the atmosphere at a level that would make a difference. But it's all about how people now are the real threat of climate change, and that everything we're doing to intervene in that is about how to surveil, stop, and ultimately, kill and contain human beings themselves, which are sort of like an environmental disaster in these people's minds.
So for some of these people, it's text, like these mass murderers in El Paso and in Christchurch. But for other people, it's subtext. But it's been a big part of the subtext of the climate change denial movement for a long time. I wrote about it in the piece in the book about the Heartland Institute. I went there in 2011, and they were basically saying, laughing about climate disruption and drought, and I quote one of their speakers saying, oh, well, if it's hot, they should get air conditioning. I mean, they damn well know that people in very poor parts of the world don't have the option to go to a Walmart and buy air conditioning. They're just saying, I don't give a shit.
They're
right?
less than, and that in our mind is what makes it okay that now they're dying and we're not doing anything about it.
I don't think it's that people have dehumanized or or they think that that's an acceptable level of death or whatever. I think that like prisons, this is a situation where a lot of people don't have to think about it because it's not in front of them. There aren't bodies in the streets. Most people don't know someone who died of COVID yet. That might change. This is something that's largely out of sight and out of mind.
Right. And but I'm saying is that is being built so that when it becomes real, the horror will have less force because we will have dehumanized to the extent that now it's acceptable because, as John Cornyn said, look, they're all fat and old anyway, which is hilarious coming from a guy whose rest of his career is about saying, actually, the stuffing your face with corn slurry until your heart pops at your son's 15th birthday party, that's actually American freedom at its finest, and you are wrong for looking down on it. Now, because it threatens the market, actually those behaviors are signs of sin, and you deserve God's judgment for participating in them. And it's the same behavior, and it's the same pre-existing condition, but at one point it was something that helped the market function because people were out going to Texas Roadhouse, and they were ATVing. Now they need to go back out there, and so some of them are just going to have to take one for the team.
And, this is not idle speculation. This is courtesy of the New York Times just today. It says here, the Trump administration projects about 3,000 daily deaths by early June. Yeah, that's a 9/11 every
9/11 every day.
Okay, we had hot girl summer. Now it's going to be summer of death. You guys, summer of death, make it happen.
Let's make it fabulous.
I'm coining it right now. It's summer of death.
No, it says here, as President Trump presses for states to reopen their economies, his administration is privately projecting a steady rise in the number of cases and deaths from coronavirus over the next
Man, ain't that bad, boy? I don't know. Oh, it goes through both. Probably do it maybe overnight. A couple hours, I have no idea. I mean, they're really good, so I'm not too worried about them not tasting good. Ooh, lobsters. I did a grilled lobster tail. It was phenomenal. That's a really good idea. I mean, honestly, the fact that Hank Hill was a propane salesman, you could kind of look at it as an interesting case in ideological formation. You know, because Upton Sinclair had a famous quote where he said, "No man can understand something if his paycheck depends on him not understanding it." And so, if you're Hank Hill, and I don't know how he got into the propane game, but if he didn't come at it from love, if he came at it out of necessity, over time he would convince himself that propane was better, even though in his heart, his fucking Texas heart, he knows it's not. He knows that it's all coals. So he's literally like lobotomizing himself to reduce the cognitive dissonance of alienating his labor on behalf of an inferior meat grilling method. He is a sham. He is unmanned, and all of his masculine virtue signaling is just a hollow, pathetic attempt to reclaim agency over a life that is essentially as a serf on the properties of Mr. Strickland.
It just flashed to me like, oh God, no, this is another one of these movies. This is another one of these shows. This is another one of these things that we're all seeing, which is how can we take the past, that alien country, and instead of trying to understand it, try to turn it into now. So take it out of its context and just flatten it into something that we can recognize. And doing that, to me, robs it of any of its magic or what makes it interesting. Which Republican governor tries to secede first? Well, you got to figure, what's his name? The roller chair guy, Texas dude, not Dan Patrick. Apparently he's the more powerful figure, the lieutenant governor. But Abbott, Texas, you got to figure is going to make waves about it. DeSantis in Florida, but honestly, I think it would all those efforts, even if they got like scary, even if it involved, like demonstrations of force, like Greg Abbott rolls out of the fucking State House and reviews a bunch of National Guard tanks going down the roads of Austin or something, as a show of force to, claiming nullification or something. It would all be auditioning to run for president, not to actually secede. Because these guys are all con artists. And that honestly is one of the saving graces of the right wing in this country, is that it is increasingly being dominated at even the highest levels, at the political level, not yet at the level of capital, but at the political level, by true believers, con artists, and people who are both. People who have conned themselves so that they can con others. And what that means is that they can't coordinate any better than we can. Everybody's got his hands in each other's pockets. So yeah, you'll definitely see secessionist murmurings, but it's all just going to be people auditioning to either run for president or get a Fox News show or a line of catheters mailed home directly to your home. I don't think the Republican Party is going to fracture. Someone asked if it's going to fracture. The Republican Party, I think, is coming together. I think the Republican Party is actually coalescing. And it's going to be the party anyway is going to increasingly be a rump of wildly reactionary old people consumed by conspiracy. And the Q-ification of the party is inevitable. But that's just part of a greater trend of as politics is going to accelerate further and further into spectacle, and as conditions deteriorate more and more, and people are forced to create more and more elaborate fantasy narratives to explain why things keep getting better, keep getting worse, no matter who's in charge. And right now, you blame the other party, and that's the reason. That's a big reason half the country stopped paying attention, is because that's absurd. You have to have convinced yourself at a basic level. You have to have fooled yourself into buying into this thing to make that next step. That, oh no, it's just because those other guys. Half the country is like, okay, bye-bye. And so the Republican Party is going to pack tighter together. The Democratic Party, on the other hand, I think there's actual fracture lines there. But I don't know how resilient this. I kind of assume, honestly, the system's resilient enough, and Republicans getting worse and worse will basically be the glue that keeps the fracture from happening. Like, the awfulness of the Republican Party sort of works to prevent any kind of real fracture among the Democrats, no matter how far the party moves from its base. All part of this, all as expressions of the same phenomenon of generalized deteriorating conditions. It's brilliant. Nobody drew it up like that either. That's the amazing thing. Like, at this point, that's what this system exists to continually diffuse popular hostility to actual power holders by directing anger towards scapegoats, either an enemy political party or a other within the body politic that must be expunged. And then everybody else just checks out. But nobody ever sat down and drew it up that way. Water finds its own level. But it was written up to prevent popular investment in government, and that it has done. Just the way that has happened has changed. Like, the founders originally imagined that there would not be parties. And now we have coherent, polarized political parties, which have rendered the constitutional system incapable of actually governing, but it has not led to the popular participation, the bursting forth of the rabble that the founders feared. Because the parties themselves over the years have emerged as middlemen between capital and the public, and have fused some behind the scenes in such a way that they act as one organism, which was something that was never conceived of by the original founders, but which helps to carry out the original idea, which was to keep people out of government. It's kind of amazing. And that's what happens when the system can continually adapt, because social pressure is continually vented off, which is what American exceptionalism is based on. Our ability to vent off social conflict, which is going away. Our ability to vent off social conflict is reducing over time. But now we have this new thing, the internet. And I think when I've talked in the past about how the frontiers closed in and there are no more places to imagine American expansion, nowhere else to tease out the American dream, the new one is the internet. And that's why politics is now, in practice, synonymous with self-promotion. Because it's the only place where realistic social mobility is possible in this country, is if you get a little bit of micro-celebrity. Of course, talking about myself, among others. And that's where now the battle will be, and that's where the social venting is occurring. That's where we are venting off the the current amount of social alienation and dislocation. And the capacity of the internet to absorb it is, I think, yet unknown. So that's why I can never buy anybody who says, I can't buy any claims that like continually declining material conditions will produce X or Y or Z a result. Because I honestly don't know myself enough. I don't have enough confidence myself in what capacity the internet has to just soak all that up. Ranked choice voting is not a bad idea. I mean, all those clicks and whistles are fine, but they're not going to do anything by themselves. And the best example of that is Australia. Australia has a lot of the features of their electoral system that people in America pine for, and they have awful politics. They have less of a live political. The Australians have less of a live political spectrum than we do, even though they have ranked choice voting. Hell, they have compulsory voting. There's ranked choice voting in the Senate. I know that's true. Don't they have it in the Senate? An actual Australian told me they had ranked choice voting in the Australian Senate. The fact that they have a Senate, by the way, is hilarious. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? I'm literally having people saying they do and they don't at the same time. Okay. Why do I even look at this chat? People are just gaslighting me. Oh, Ireland has ranked choice voting? My God, you want to talk about a moribund political spectrum. Holy shit. I actually respect that about Ireland, is that they don't even pretend like their two main political parties have ideological differences. It's really just what side of the Irish Civil War you were on. That's it. Which is what we had for a while here. Democrat, Republican, it was basically what side you fought the Civil War on. And they've just stuck with that as the defining characteristic. It's kind of impressive. Is Sinn Féin the official opposition now? Because I know they have a unity government, right? After the last election, is Sinn Féin the official opposition? And if things get better there, and they might, thanks in large part to the absolute oafish bungling of the British regarding Brexit, it will not be because of any electoral structure or voting laws. I have no idea what's going on in Brexit. After Corbyn lost, I, as a treat to myself, I said, well, this is terrible, but the good news is I don't have to pay attention to British politics at all. And I have not. If something big happens, if they reunite Ireland or like Scotland secedes, let me know. But I am not paying attention to that fucking cursed island anymore. It's interesting. Like Scotland now, I bet if they did another referendum, I'm sure I would bet now that independence would win in Scotland. But that's why they won't have one. That's why they're not going to do it. They're not going to fuck up again the way they did with Brexit. They're not going to have any more votes that they don't know they can win. And if they won't let, like, if Westminster doesn't allow them to have a referendum, then what are they going to do about it? Hold their own like Catalonia did? How'd that work out for them? I gotta wonder though, like, what's the point though? You're gonna rejoin Brussels so some other fucking foreign powers can dictate the terms of your austerity? The Boys, I'm watching The Boys. It's okay. CGI. Better, actually, the CGI there is not as terrible as it is in a lot of other things. I think because they make the blood really dark, which kind of hides the CGI-ness of it. But you can still tell. And it's also very, very on the nose. It's one of those shows you can tell is inspired by someone's Twitter feed, which, to me, I already go on Twitter. I am not. I think a lot of people generally get off on watching shows that are reflecting their Twitter feed to them, and they're like, "Aha!" It's like validating, and I end up just cringing and going like, "Oh God, don't talk about this stuff, please." Fargo is now it's three episodes in. Not encouraged. Not encouraged. Not liking it. Not a lot of good shows right now. This is an interesting question. If I watched a movie that I really liked the effects, like I thought, these guys are doing squibs, thank God, and then I found out it was CGI, would I feel tricked? I think I would honestly feel kind of dumb for a second, like, oh, they got me. Like in the commercials where it's Folgers crystals, it's not store, and you're like, God, maybe I'm a rube. I think more than anything, I would chalk it down to over time me just like my level of like ability to discern this stuff declining as my exposure to the real stuff goes away. But after that grappling, I would probably just be like, okay, good, I'll accept this, fine, whatever. I'll stop worrying about it. If the technology is here, then I'll just accept it. He loved Big Brother. Did Pence, has Pence been announced? It's confirmed? Of course he does. Of course he did. Of course he did. Of course he fucking had it. Of course he had it. Does that mean that, oh, by the way, how did that plexiglass barrier do for Kamala? I guess we'll find out. I gotta say, I understand every argument for why Trump might still win, from the unreliability of polls to the fact that there's been a big surge in Republican registration in a number of states. The fact, I just saw an insane poll that says apparently 54% of people say they feel like they're better off than they were 4 years ago, which is absolutely baffling to me. You could leave your house and not worry about contracting a disease that might destroy your lungs 4 years ago. How by that alone do you answer that question yes? And also, of course, we're already seeing it in the states that are doing early voting, where in Texas, they're limiting each county, regardless of how many people in it, to one collection point for mail-in ballots. And in early voting in Ohio, lines around the block. All those things are real, but man, everyone having fucking corona in the White House, to me, it feels like that. It feels like that thing at the end of a movie, the turning point. And of course, that's why it might not be true, because we look for things that confirm our narrative, and then that ends up taking the place of actual knowledge.
But one way or another, we love to see it, and it's very funny. And that's really what we should always be focusing on. If we're going to be paying attention.
I mean, he's part of a tradition. You can trace Trump through a line of American political figures, and Pappy O'Daniel would certainly be one of them. Pappy O'Daniel is, of course, the name of the governor in Mississippi governor in Oh Brother Where Art Thou, and he is the guy who has a old-timey radio station that plays ads for his flour. That's a real guy, Pappy O'Daniel, but he was not governor of Mississippi. He was Texas, and the thing that's I think is, and he was a guy who had started off as a like door-to-door flour salesman, and then become a flour wholesaler, and then sponsored a TV show or a radio station, a radio program of old-timey folk music, the Pappy O'Daniel Flour Hour. And he became famous enough in Texas that he ran, I believe, for governor and then for senator. And he defeated Lyndon Johnson in Lyndon Johnson's first run for Senate in 1940, 1942 or 1940? I think it's 1940. And in that race, he lost because both O'Daniel and Johnson had certain rotten boroughs, like counties in Texas, where the local justice of the peace essentially controlled the votes and could determine how many votes the respective candidates got, and then just delivered them to the highest bidder, basically. And they both had these votes collected. And over the night, as the votes came in, the legitimate votes and the illegitimate votes, they would let them out sort of as needed. And there was always a staring contest about who would release their votes last, because once the enemy had released their last crooked votes, you knew then how many you needed, and that meant you could go over the top. And that's what happened, is that Johnson released his last counties prematurely because he felt like he had a big enough margin that he could just let them all out there to like flood it. But that gave Pappy O'Daniel's people the number that they had to beat, and so they just scrawled it up and posted it, and boom, they won. And so that's the environment that Texas politics was like when he ran in 46, which he finally did win, the landslide, the election where he got that nickname for a just absolutely crooked, completely stolen senatorial primary campaign against Coke Stevenson. That's a wild story. It's very that volume of the Caro. There's one of the early Caro volumes about LBJ is just about that, means of ascent, basically, and it's fascinating. He's a little too easy on Coke Stevenson, who was an awful, just reactionary political figure and would have just been worse in office than Johnson. But it's a fascinating, like, minute by minute telling of it. And the funny thing is what ended up determining the vote after this crooked election that had this hugely disputed outcome, and like the Texas Ranger who killed Bonnie and Clyde had to have a showdown over the contents of a bank vault in Duval County, which was the crooked county that Johnson had was part of the Johnson fiefdom. And it ended up being officiated by the Democratic Party, because it was a Democratic Party primary. And the Democratic Party, at the end of the day, was full of New Dealers who wanted to see the New Deal succeed. And Coke Stevenson was anti-New Deal. So they picked Johnson. And the funny thing is, that's the right decision. That's the correct decision. If you're there, that's the correct decision. And if you don't understand that, it's because you believe these institutions serve any reason other than the pursuit of power, and that respecting them is going to save you from capital deciding to change the rules whenever it serves them to fuck you over. And the thing is you can't even say, oh no, you're defaming the sanctity of the electoral process. Stevenson stole votes too. Everyone was stealing votes. It was not. And there was voter suppression was systematized. I mean, Texas wasn't as bad as the Deep South. And in Texas, a lot of the times what you had instead of outright voter repression is that you had like urban machines, like in Houston, like black vote was like a block that could be purchased, which in terms of actual franchise isn't much better than not being able to vote, because the reason you're being bought, well, like what's buying you is just pure money in the form of like connections through the political machine, not actual benefits to anybody who are making the votes. Not like the old Tammany graft, or at least not as beneficently, because you can never really vote against the racial apartheid that you live under. But anyway, that's an interesting story, and that's it definitely showed what Johnson was capable of. Holy fuck! I mean, he was like there's so many points in his life story where he absolutely should not have gone on. Not just that he grew up super poor. I mean, that's the thing that fired him, and it was the engine of his ambition. So that was necessary. That's origin story shit. But throughout his life, like he took a bunch of insane risks, and like that Senate seat was insanely a huge long shot to begin with, because Coke Stevenson was fucking beloved. He'd been a former 3-term governor. Everybody loved him. In fact, and it was like a Secedes thing where he had gone back to his ranch, and they basically had to coax him out of retirement to come save the Democratic Party in Texas. And he was, and Johnson was like some, relatively young, relatively inexperienced congressman in a giant state like Texas, who had almost none of the name recognition, and he used all this money to do insanely innovative stuff. He had a helicopter he campaigned with, going around Texas in a fucking helicopter. Bought a ton of radio ads and just to get his name out there, and then had also to just steal a ton of ballots, just make a bunch of fake votes to be able to even compete for it. And that was while he was having some sort of horrible gallbladder problem. He almost died at every big point of real stress in Johnson's life. And when he felt like it was slipping away, he would go into some sort of bad serious health decline, sometimes related to gallstones or stomach problems. He had a ton of heart attacks. In moments of real stress, he would essentially almost die, but then he would will himself back to life and to victory.
He is a vague.
He's not ugly. He's just a very normal looking 60-year-old white guy.
He's not hot enough nor regular guy looking enough to be on Bosch.
Yeah,
he is so nondescript. He is so nondescript that his nondescriptness becomes, in retrospect, unnerving.
So yeah,
he's a faceless man of bravos.
You know how I said that in 2018 I was saying Joe Biden's going to win the presidency. I started rolling back on that because of the articles about Doug Emhoff about how him being hot. I was like, this has a distinct Clintonian vibe to it.
Yeah, and it ended up being there anyway.
Yeah. But
Doug was always waiting there.
Real
for
quick
you.
here, votes are starting to come in from Texas at the moment, and it's very early.
Yeah, as Paul said, 8:15.
And Biden has an early lead in Texas. I suspect
26% of the vote in.
But we were talking about it before we went on air, though. A pretty incredible outcome for tonight would be if Texas turns blue, which it could. Right. I don't think it will, but it's been steadily getting closer and closer.
It's been moving there. People forget that Hillary actually outperformed either Obama year for the Democrats in 2016. And she was terrible.
Texas was surprisingly close for Hillary Clinton in 2016. Obviously very close for Beto O'Rourke. Something that Kornacki is talking about right now is the suburban counties where close to 100% of the votes are in. And some of these counties flipped from Trump 2016 to Biden 2020 based on those returns.
Okay.
All right.
We're
seeing early defections. And when you consider the huge Texas vote turnout, a state that has traditionally been one of the hardest to vote in the country,
We were talking about it before you came on here, but like Texas and California pretty much have the same demographic makeup at this point. The only difference is it is basically illegal to register someone to vote in the state of Texas.
You know that thing where like you go to the grocery store and there's somebody with a card table out there to register for vote?
Like
that's illegal in Texas. Or door to door. Yeah, anything. You cannot solicit a registration in Texas.
You have to take a class like you got a DUI.
If you want to register to vote for register to vote in Texas, you have to volunteer for a year of service in the IDF.
We do have a little news here. They're calling the Kentucky Senate race for Mitch McConnell.
Chicanery. I'm leading the recount. I will have a GoFundMe up soon. Send me to Kentucky to recount all the votes single-handedly.
$88 million up in fucking smoke. Who will tell you that anybody but the Democrats are the damn party of the Joker?
You probably could have
just setting fire to $88
Is that a
million.
record? Was $88 million a record?
I don't know if it's a record. It's a lot of money.
Probably could have flipped like 4 state houses with that amount
It's
of
an
money.
insane amount of money. And anyone who says, oh, but that made them spend other places, it's like, how about you just spend the $88 million somewhere else?
We could have just bought Amy McGrath like an F-35 strike fighter and let her go fly that around for a while.
Hell, we could have. Martin Cawthorn was planning. He was like sitting there, and he was like 18 years old, and he was prepared to do the Pete Buttigieg like Tom Cotton psycho career path. But then he did DMT, and he realized, oh, you don't actually have to be an idiot and go join the military. You just need to look like you did. And so he just had his friend hit him in the back with a fucking baseball bat.
Dave, what's the first swing state to be called tonight?
The first, like, actual one that's going to be called. I think if you count, Florida is going to be called pretty soon. I think some Republicans
we've already picked our teeth with the bones of Florida.
North Carolina's coming fast enough. It's probably going to get called.
Just a little piece of news right now. John Cornyn has won re-election in the state of Texas.
Oh, okay.
Against Sammy Hagar.
Biden's not going to pull it out in Texas, and if he doesn't win North Carolina, I don't think he.
I think he really might.
He might. They might eat this. They might eat this plate of shit. They might eat this.
We might looking at a big bowl of shit to eat. Dave, though, you say you are in D.C. though. Here's a sort of a local ballot measure that I'm quite interested in. Legalize psilocybin in the district.
Legalize.
How's that looking?
Oh man, I need to check. There's too much happening. Well, I'm sure it's doing not bad.
I suspect it's going to pass, but then it's going to be immediately overturned, a la the untipped, the tipping, the waiting in the service industry and the restaurants thing, where it was passed fairly handily by the voters, and then the district mayor or whatever just overturns it.
Well,
Mary said she was against it because it was supported by outsiders. But okay, let's check. So with 100,000 votes counted, it's up by 50 points.
Well, it's got. I hope it wins.
Pretty
because,
big
man,
margin.
The only hope we have, man, is if somebody doses Washington D.C. Man.
Whoa, man! Imagine they put LSD in the water. So you say that, Matt, but like the easy hack joke is that there's no city in the world that could use an acid trip more than D.C. But I don't. That would be a monkey's paw scenario.
Yeah, no.
They would be like, it would be like the Resonator from Beyond, and they would see the creatures and be like, oh, let's sign a deal with them.
Yeah,
They're part of the coalition now.
They would see like a 90-foot tall Erskine bulls.
Well, do they count votes that are cast in the spirit realm?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, you're the expert.
I mean, you do live in the district, sir. You should know this.
Oh, I mean, no, they always suck at counting. I mean, anything that basically the DC used to have, like, the black population in DC would vote more conservative on some issues, but you bring like wages what always happens is that the black parts of DC vote for the progressive ballot measure, and then the black members of the council vote to kill it. So that's probably what's going to happen here. I mean, all the progressive ballot measures always win. I'm expecting.
Here's. Sorry, I just noticed Cori Bush has been elected to Congress.
Well, that was
very nice.
That was pretty ordained.
But her husband Cory Gardner just lost his Senate seat in the state of Colorado. That is the first Democrat pickup for the Senate tonight.
All hail the Dark Lord Hickenlooper. He will bring a fresh reptilian style to the Senate chambers. He will lie lidless and eating insects next to Mitch McConnell on a big flat hot rock
Now, Dave,
directly underneath the Capitol building.
Now, Dave, your take on Texas, is Biden still in the mix here?
A little bit. I mean, again, it's he's not doing as well in the Rio Grande Valley yet, and Democrats said they were gonna ramp that turnout up in the like on election day itself and in the final day early voting.
They were gonna deploy Tim Kaine.
They were they didn't airdrop in Tim Kaine, who was the savior last time. No, but they're doing well enough in these suburban counties.
Denton County.
Everything you don't want to like predict it, and then it turns out there were 50,000 election day votes, and they changed it.
Well, Dave, it's okay. We're in the wonk zone. It's okay.
like the raw vote is way. I mean, like the suburbs of Austin, they won that. Like he's basically. I mean, in Ohio, he's kind of winning like the Sherrod Brown map, but like minus a couple points. In Texas, he's running pretty even to what Beto was doing. Beto also didn't do that great with Hispanic communities on the border.
Why not?
Why not? He's like the most popular Latino in the country.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, Dave, let me ask you, what about these down ballot races, these suburban Republican seats that they've held for quite a while now that Democrats have been targeting in Texas?
Yeah, we're still waiting on some of that. They're not doing as well as they wanted to. I mean, they had a really expansive target list, right? They got I think there were 7 places they said we're at least going to play for these. So Dan Crenshaw is clearly going to win his race. The Democrats are so far holding the stuff they picked up last time, not by a ton, but they're winning like the Houston suburban seat that they picked up. They're winning like the Dallas area seat they picked up. But they're only again they're kind of running even in the outer sub. I get tired of using the word suburbs. I don't know what else to say. Like Fort Bend County, when you go further out to like Sugar Land, they're kind of 50-50 there. Wendy Davis is currently up in her race, which is another part of like the hill country outside of Austin.
That would be a pickup. That would be a pickup. Wendy
breaking
Davis
news.
race. So is this going to be? Do you think it's possible that you're going to see another Orange County type situation where districts that have been not ancestrally Republican, but since the last realignment Republican, flipping because of this suburban shift?
I'm not sure if it's going to hit that level. It's definitely going to be close. I mean, what the Democrats' theory was, 2018, they got so close to flip the single digits in a bunch of these House races. So all those House races they targeted this time, and right now they're all in single digits. So it just comes down to whether the votes that come in look a lot like election, like what was happening before Election Day when Democrats are running the margins up. Like if they lose the seats they were targeting, they're going to lose them again by a couple points. And what they were really focused on in Texas was winning the state house. So if they control a single branch of Texas's legislature, it's the first time in 20 years they get any input whatsoever on the maps. And the theory there is, okay, well, at least they can't draw maps that run us out completely. Right?
That's tough as well because Texas is a big state. It's got big districts. Correct me if I'm wrong, but each Texas House district has about 18 million voters in it.
Yeah, I mean, it's the ones in the suburbs are like 800,000 at least, and so they're doing okay there. It's the story of this so far is just like there's nothing that's been a giant blowout, with the exception of Colorado. And again, Colorado is more because of these white suburbanites moving away from the Republican Party and the independents voting against the Republican Party.
Dave, you know why they're moving away from the Republican Party? Because weed has been legal for like almost 10 years there now, and everyone's. Everyone's mellowed out a bit. Just real quick, some breaking news about another down ballot race in Ohio's 2nd district. Early numbers have Republican Marilyn John up by over 30 points to Twitter candidate Sam Grady, which is by the way not.
I hope you're warm. It's Christmas season, but it's pissing rain down. I mean, that's the thing about New York, folks. It's the weather. If you can deal with the weather here, you can deal with weather anywhere.
It's got the most weather of any city in the country.
Absolutely. All right, to kick things off today, if you've been following us recently, you'll know that we're riding the beam of a certain vibration that is very much tuned into movie magic, and our hopes that that cinema and the joy of movies can revitalize some of our hope for the future. And to that end, I'm wondering if you guys have seen the new Dan Crenshaw trailer because it just dropped
Yeah.
yesterday, and I think we need to do a Dan Crenshaw trailer reaction video for you guys because this fire needs to be shared.
I'll be coming in cold, so this will be fun for me.
I've seen every Dan Crenshaw trailer, and Dan Crenshaw is the fucking worst American because he's a synthesis of the two dominant strains of American culture, which is like Joss Whedon soy superhero bullshit, and then like Islamophobic coffee companies for guys who like drove into a TNT laden ditch in Afghanistan. Like the two things you can be in America if you're a man under 35 are that, and he didn't choose. He's both things, and they both fucking suck.
Yep, he is both. He is the El Paso kid with the hard and soft tacos of just being the awful. It's a meme politician.
Yeah, it's like you gunned down a preschool full of Afghani children, and you're like, so that just happened.
But you guys, the eye patch is so cool.
Yeah, looks awesome.
He looks like snake foreskin with that fucking. No, on the Avengers episode, Chris told us after we stopped recording, but I'd totally forgotten the fact that he has a Captain American glass eye that he pops in from on occasion. And it's like he is like the Avengers if they fought 13-year-olds wearing milk cartons for shoes instead of Thanos.
Yeah, and lost to them also.
Yeah, and then got washed badly.
Also, just got completely destroyed.
How do you make missing an eye lame? I resent that my aid to my disability is a hearing aid. It will never look cool. I will never look cool in a hearing aid. I would trade it in a heartbeat for an eye patch because I would look so cool. And he's just wasting it on nerd shit.
Amber, you say that because you have not transitioned to an ear horn, which is the coolest.
The Victorian.
The coolest. Yeah. It's a nice tin air horn you put up next to your ear and then lean towards someone.
You're right. I got to accessorize better.
Yeah.
You should go for like Daryl Hannah and Kill Bill. That's the look.
Yeah, it's so hot. Yeah.
All right, so let's do this the official Chapo Trap House trailer reaction video to the new Dan Crenshaw trailer. I understand this is an audio form, but we will do our best to narrate for you this new trailer, which should be coming out, summer 2021. Georgia Reloaded. The epic saga continues, this time in Georgia. Everything is on the line. All right, drop that trailer.
The American story is one of true exceptionalism.
All right,
it's built on the greatest ideas in history. This victory tonight, it's about you. It's about defining those.
Okay, Dan's being told something.
Sorry,
at this
folks.
press
I'll be
conference.
right back.
He's been given a mission by Nick Fury.
Very serious.
What do we got? Well, it's not
Taking
over
off tie.
The Senate races went to a runoff.
It's Paul Hollywood from British Bake
You'll never
Off.
believe this.
Far-left activists are attempting to gain full and total control of the U.S. government.
Okay, this is Cortana talking to him right now.
A Democratic Senate majority.
She's like, AOC has taken control of the covenant.
In that way. Should these Senate seats be lost, all will be lost.
You supported the Green New Deal. You supported Medicare for all.
Okay, that's great.
Your mission will be to rally support across Georgia behind these American patriots, Senator Perdue and Senator Loeffler.
Yeah, American patriots, 100%.
Must
win. You see, they have Kelly Loeffler shooting a shotgun and looking like disgusted.
He's wearing
by it.
a black T-shirt under a black long sleeve tee under his Oxford.
Last question.
Yeah. That's Marcus Luttrell, by the way, he's talking to. That's the lone survivor.
Okay, now he's in an airplane.
He's talking to.
Now he's jumping out of an airplane.
He's got
really actually jumping out of an airplane. Like
Oh my
someone's
God.
filming him. Yeah. The production values on this are incredible.
Well, I mean, legally he can't fly it on account of the,
Control. What's the situation at the LZ?
Good evening, sir. Rather lovely form, if I may say so. But we do have small.
Yo, you're so good at falling.
Wait, what's that?
Oh
shit!
Fascists, an ironic
it's Antifa.
propensity to act
They're hanging out. They're hanging out
in an open field.
Yard.
At this point in the trailer, Dan Crenshaw is airdropping into an empty field that Antifa is controlling.
Yeah, he's literally parachuting into a paintball court.
90 degrees from your current heading. Be well, sir.
Why is she British?
Man, where is
Because
this guy?
sexy robot ladies are always
Dude, it's gonna be
British.
dark soon.
Soy dialogue.
Oh, yeah.
Oh shit! Pulling the cord.
Where is that pirate? Oh,
don't even know why I'm so angry, you know? Oh, the news told us to be.
Oh shit! He's just dropped directly on top of the Antifa car, punching through the windshield.
I don't know. I mean, they were just hanging out in a car. Well,
Yeah.
It's like kind of a wild escalation there.
Yeah, they were just sitting in a car, and Dan Crenshaw punched through the window shield, and then at the end, it's like, vote for Kelly Loeffler and dude for dude.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Those guys who literally just let people die while they built fucking Cheesecake Factory mansions, they're your friends.
Yeah.
Okay, first of all, my first thought was like radical leftists are taking over whatever. The things they showed were like press conferences and AOC. You could have very well shown protest footage that looks menacing out of context.
Yeah.
You'd think, yeah.
And he just left that on the ground.
Yeah, they just showed a clip of like Chuck Schumer being like, as a New Yorker, I'm a black woman. I've been on both sides of Me Too.
We have footage of people like pulling down monuments.
That's Cuomo.
And, you know.
Oh, yeah, that's Cuomo. I'm a survivor of both sides of Me Too.
I mean, the hottest part of that trailer is, it's like at a time when, as we've talked about before, like it's never been clear that spending money on political advertising does nothing. The budgets for these are just getting bigger and bigger. And he really did actually jump out of an airplane, and someone filmed him like skydiving. And then he's like, I'm going into the LZ hot. And the LZ is just like 5 guys in black hoodies wandering around a field.
Right.
And then he like he lands on the hood of their car and punches through the windshield to stop the Antifa from doing what exactly? I don't know.
They were gonna make a scary crop circle.
Yeah, they were gonna work the Crass logo into a field of soybeans.
Yeah, they were making a soybean field sized issue of Adbusters, and no one could have seen that. So Dan Crenshaw is like, he's probably the Antichrist, because it's like, most guys like him, they only watch movies like the Bruce Willis movie that Mancow was in, and like, instead watch like Range 15 movies, and like they all have a coffee company where it's like, oh, we grinded up pieces of the Quran and we put them in the coffee grounds. It tastes terrible, but Muslims they know about it and they hate it, and this isn't just like a scheme where me and my brother-in-law are both going to testify against each other for embezzling. Or, they're just a Wojak who like sees, Chris Pratt playing a Switch and is like, and again, he's both like these, he is the worst cultural force in America. Like, he had an epic moment on Saturday Night Live. He's, hopefully all Americans can unite to deport him to Afghanistan, where he belongs.
Yeah.
That is the one thing that is kind of heartening about Crenshaw, is that he does not seem to, I mean, maybe I'm wrong about this, but he does not seem to have like any real constituency, even on the right. Like, nobody really likes him because he is that attempt to
he's a
synthesize.
tryhard.
He's a meme.
He's trying to synthesize everything. He's like such a self-conscious attempt to be the meme soy reactionary that hopefully that, I mean, I imagine even like awful groypers hate him too.
Yeah, he's a meme that no one asked for. It's you like this thing and also this thing. What if I combined them? And it's like, that's terrible.
And like, he wants to be like the Republican AOC in the sense that he wants to get like sort of media hits and credit for being like kind of young and cool. But like the Republican AOC already exists, and it's like fucking it's the Giuliani legal team. It's Melissa Carone. That's the Republican AOC. She's got the juice.
She's got the juice.
That's what people want. But what I like about Crenshaw and like people like him, as you were saying, is that it doesn't land because the very thing that he's trying to sort of make fun of or fight against, which is this kind of soy snowflake, liberal cancel culture bullshit. Even in his attempts to like fight that in cinematic Avenger style, he can't help but recreate the exact thing that he is like the soy levels in that fucking video are like Reactor 4, like Chernobyl. It's like looking into fucking Reactor 4. Just
well, he
with your
had
eyes,
his
like,
he
taped
had his
open.
Contact compliment him on his fall. Like, bitches love the way I
excellent
fall.
form.
I fall better than anybody. Like, there's no way to, you're falling. It's a free fall. Also, really, I mean, if these people are allegedly armed, you're kind of that's like duck hunt. He's just in the air there. Like, they could just pick him up, you know?
Well, I think if you don't fall correctly, you can start going like, over head over feet and like sort of tumbling, which is bad. I think you're supposed to sort of, control the fall. But,
I don't know. I feel like I could fall. I feel like I could figure it out. I feel like I could fall better than Dan Crenshaw.
It's the way you're supposed to do it is you're supposed to like just get into a fetal position and roll all around and go, "Oh God, oh God, don't they know I'm afraid of heights? Oh God, I'm allergic to some of this stuff up here." That's how you're supposed to do it.
It's just the Antifa stuff in that video is so funny because like the audio doesn't really do it justice because it is just 5 guys in a field walking around. And Amber, like you said, like there's a dearth of footage of people fighting in like the downtown areas of like major metropolitan areas. These are just 4 guys who are like, they look like guys who have like gone into the woods to like find a fabled copy of Hustler magazine.
They're
under an
hotboxing
abandoned
in a
car.
Ford tempo. It's really harmless looking.
Well, there we go. Dan Crenshaw's Avengers trailer reaction video. All right. Well, here's some more videos for you. I know recently we had just discussed Ryan Graham had written an article based on leaked audio of a recent meeting that Biden and Harris had with various civil rights activists at which he appeared to tell them to shut the fuck up and fall in line. And wouldn't you know, now there's even more audio and video of this Zoom call. And there's a couple really good Biden cuts here. So let's roll the first one.
You've never seen me shy away. In the middle of the debate, I called him a racist. In the middle of the debate with him, I took on white supremacists. I'm the guy that
who thinks he's doing elevated cuisine, not flipping burgers. And apparently they hate each other. That's hilarious to me. And it makes the 3rd season twin plot with Ewan McGregor really make sense because twins, that's not really something from the Coens. That was something from Hawley. Nobody likes Dan Crenshaw. Dan Crenshaw is trying to take the specific liberal, democratic, cultural, soy discourse, spectacle, like the language of the Marvel universe, and use it to appeal to Republicans. And there is like some sort of base to that, I think. And that's just, well, this is a language that everybody is absorbing, even if they are Republicans. They watch these movies, even if they think Hollywood is filled with pedophiles who hate the president. They still watch them because they're what's on. So why not use that familiar language to your benefit? That cultural costume going on Saturday Night Live and stuff. But that might get you some TV appearances, and it might get you trending once in a while on Twitter. But it's not going to let you raise to the ranks of the political public establishment, because the people who make decisions on who to send to the halls of power, not your little bitch-ass gerrymandered signature district where they just took all the white people around Houston and put them into a little comma for you, like having to run statewide in a big-ass state like Texas, or run for a national office. Those people are not kids stewing in Marvel soy banter. Those are old fucks who want shit appealing to them, which is screaming, red-faced, pissed off people like themselves. So Crenshaw's got no fucking legs as far as I can see, and only one eye. But again, don't know what can happen. That's just how it feels. Dan Crude Shaw. Now there we go. He might win something if he changed his name to Crude Shaw. And he ran in like in a bearskin, like he dressed like a caveman, and he only spoke in grunts. and he took his fake eyeball out and didn't wear the eye patch and just had the hole, because that's how a caveman would be with no eye. Crude Shaw. That's the reboot he needs to become president. It would be funny if he ended up marrying AOC. It's like a dynastic Carville-Matlin marriage.
Thing with our personality or character of the state, it's just that's where the most people are in New York and California. But like the thing is, like Cuomo talking about eating cheesecake, and then fucking Garcetti and fucking Gavin Newsom scolding people. Here's the thing, and California is a perfect example. Whether it's fucking stopping people from getting COVID testing, which you're telling them, everyone, that they have to do to be responsible so that they can film a fucking TikTok influencer movie at Union Station. Fucking Newsom and London Breed, the mayor of San Francisco, just this week, both of them have been exposed as attending indoor, unmasked, not socially distanced, fucking like fancy dinners at Michelin star restaurants. At the mayor of Austin, who fucking posted a video from Cancun telling people in fucking Austin that they need to be responsible and stay indoors for the next fucking month.
Fucking Cancun.
That's a joke from The Simpsons. That's Mayor Quimby did that, literally.
People of Springfield, because of the epidemic, I have canceled my vacation to the Bahamas. I shall not leave the city. Hey, you, get that steel drum out of the mayor's office.
Sorry, man.
Yeah. And the thing is, this isn't just, I personally value this, even if I'm displaying personal bad behavior. No, if you don't care if people see this, then you don't care about any of this. Yeah. Because if people see this, their logical conclusion is going to be that it's fake.
Yes, you're full of shit.
Right.
And
you don't care.
That's why anybody who's spending any time at this point getting mad at any regular person and the people who used to farm that are still there. And the only story they hear is the story of the mad little Crimson Kings who run those little fiefdoms. And they've all directed their psychic energy towards the big Crimson King in the White House. I guess he's in the White House. Okay, this is actually something that's freaking me out a little bit. It's about how Trump has not been heard from since they took his Twitter account away. He's the president. He could just step out onto the Rose Garden and there'd be reporters there in 5 minutes and he could just start riffing. He hasn't demanded to go on TV. He hasn't done a press conference. Has he made a public statement? I know they're saying he's going to go to the Alamo, or apparently Alamo, Texas, which is a town. Just the stupidest people on earth. They don't know what the Alamo is. They know Alamo. That's where they fought the Mexicans. Alamo, Texas. Building, town, we don't know. So did he say anything today? But the fact that he's having it in San Antonio or in Alamo really shows you that he has run up the white flag. And it'll be interesting to see how long it takes for these people to get it that he has thrown in the towel. Because he'd stay in Washington if he really wanted to press this thing. He might do it at an Alamo rental car lot. That'd be funny. Like the Four Seasons thing in Philadelphia will still not be topped for pure Iannucci. That is pure uncut Iannucci. The Four Seasons. Four Seasons lawn supply by the fucking airport. I do wonder if somebody slapped him. Like, I wonder if one of the Joint Chiefs just hit him in the face. That would be funny. I would not. Somebody's asking about who would be the protagonist of the Mothman movie. I would not really want it to have a traditional protagonist.
Right, now let's talk about the Texas ice storm, because this is like a fucking pretty much like a Hurricane Katrina level natural disaster going on. That's like affecting one of the largest states in America. You're talking about every single part of their infrastructure has been knocked out by below freezing temperatures. You're talking about millions of people who have spent a week without heat, without electricity, without clean drinking water. I don't know what the death toll is from this. I think it's 38 confirmed so far. My guess is it would probably go higher than that. But even if it doesn't, like, I just think like this whole thing that's going on right now in Texas is like a perfect example of, Matt, your thesis that all politics and political leaders or politicians in this country offer anyone who cares about it or is invested in the political process anymore is the opportunity to gloat when their guy looks good and to like apportion the suffering that is inherent in our system to people that they don't like. And to that end, consider the fact that Andrew Cuomo, Gavin Newsom, Ron DeSantis, and Greg Abbott, 4 governors who are responsible for roughly a third of the population of America. And, you know, you've got the blue state governors and the red state governors. And whenever anything bad happens in any of those states, everyone gangs up to like point at them to just be like, oh, look how things are going in California. Or when this shit happens to Texas, it's just like, oh, bet you feel bad about voting for Trump. And it's just like everyone's just pointing at each other and like pointing out the flaws and cruelties inherent in their governance to cover up the fact that like everything sucks, nothing works. There is no good example of governance to be had, or there is not a single example of like at an executive level or at anywhere in our government of like anyone showing even the slightest inclination to solve people's problems or show that that values human life at all. And just because like when Greg Abbott or Ron DeSantis fucks up something entirely, which they do, and they're absolutely guilty of, at least as far as Texas goes, it's just an opportunity for everyone to say, I told you so, and to cover up for the fact that like their own state, be it New York or California, is also completely indifferent to the suffering and like the deaths of thousands.
Yeah, and it could be no other way because we know how everyone will respond to every crisis, no matter what it is. You've got the very poor, the people who suffer the most when things like that happen in any one of these states. They are out of the political process. They are unorganized. They will suffer as they have always suffered. The rich, the very rich, the people who actually, decide who becomes our leaders, they aren't really at the mercy of public infrastructure one way or the other. They can avoid any of this at their leisure. So they're never going to press the political system to change things to prevent it from happening, because that would cost them money and control, and they would rather hoard that than give it to a public provision. And then there's the middle sector of voters. And especially at the state level, they know who these people are. And they know that 51+% of them are on board with whatever the fuck you tell them. So Cuomo can kill every old person in New York. He can personally smother them with a fucking pillow. And as long as he can say that it's Trump's fault, the Democratic electorate in New York will say, that's right, it is. Good job, Mr. Cuomo. Here's another Emmy. And fucking Greg Abbott can wheel his ass out and say, this is actually the Green New Deal's fault. And 51+% of Texans will shoot the ceiling with their 6-shooters and say, damn right, you told him, Greg. And there will be the word that everyone has fetishized for the past few years now, accountability, because everyone who matters in this, the voters, have already picked a side in the spectacle. They have one side or another, and it doesn't really change that much from year to year. So you know what people are going to say. And every event will be filtered through this, and no one will ever stop to think, hey, maybe the people I'm rooting for don't have my best interest at heart. Maybe they're a bunch of blood-drinking fucking cannibals. No, because I'm so invested in them owning the other side that I can't even conceive of losing my investment in them, because then who will own my enemies for me?
It's just, I just like the dynamic I'm seeing here is that like states compete with each other now when something awful happens, which guess what is more and more frequently these days, to show that like to demonstrate to the rest of the country and to themselves which are the good states and which are the bad states. But no one's doing anything to make anyone's lives better, so they can just say, I told you, throw towards someone else. And like it's like you said, it's about apportioning the suffering that's inherent in our system towards groups that you don't like, and covering for your team leader when he does something like, let's covers up the deaths of 15,000 people in nursing homes on behalf of a wealthy donor who owns the fucking homes where all these old people are dying in New York. I mean, it's just. To talk about Texas for a second, though, there is something to be said about these states like Texas and Florida that have no state income tax, like being completely unable to just administer even the most basic social services in a disaster. I know Texas has been trying to like attract people from California because they're like, oh, you won't pay income tax here. It's we run our state better. But I love the idea of advertising to like other people to be like, yeah, come move here. We don't give a fuck about anyone who lives here. And guess what? You don't have to either if you come and move here. Because it's just like that's what you're saying when you run a state that like collects no income tax from its wealthy residents.
It's not like going to be some overly intellectualized law school grad. Like if this person went to law school, this hypothetical person, they spent the entire time boozing and running over small animals in a BMW. Like that's what they did in law school. They weren't paying attention. They weren't getting clerkships.
If Democrats and the libs out there are worried about that theoretical figure in the future who comes and out of nowhere to channel the grievances and id of Trump's America, there is one figure out there currently who I think represents their only chance of a bulwark to prevent this wave from crashing over them. And I am, of course, referring to Matthew McConaughey because I think this guy. I mean, he's already shown that he is outpolling both Beto O'Rourke and whatever. Who's the current governor of Texas?
Abbott.
Patrick.
Greg Abbott.
Greg Abbott. Yeah, Patrick's the other guy. He's outpolling both of them if he decided to run for governor of Texas. And maybe if he just does that, just line him up, and if the Democrats court Matthew McConaughey and just get him on his sort of like, as Matt was saying, just a campaign of just pure vibes, of pure feel-good vibes about America. Like he released a July 4th message on Twitter that he was just like, it was about celebrating America as a revolution, but also just like instead of being like, oh, we have to talk about all the bad stuff in the past, he was just like, always got to get stronger, always got to be braver. That's what we just got to do as America. And I thought, McConaughey, he's got something, and I think McConaughey represents the future of politics in this country. If there is a Richelieu figure out there who's willing to scoop him up and sort of pull the strings.
Absolutely.
And I am that man, is what I'm saying. Matthew McConaughey, please.
The problem with Trump is, and the reason that the Trump show had to get canceled is because he riles people up too much. You need somebody who is famous, somebody who has charisma, somebody who just dominates with their personality, only the way that a movie star or somebody of that equivalent fame can, but they can't be always riling people up like Trump. They have to be smoothing it out, reminding everyone it's okay. So like as the walls close in and as like the sluice gates open and the human abattoirs open up, they just like you just have this soothing, calming voice just like telling you parables and stories about shooting Sahara and like just saying like kind of nonsense stuff like, well, I always say that, when you walk a mile in your own shoes, you get to know other people better. And you just hear that and be like, yeah, you're right, as the captured bolt gun goes to your forehead.
That's why we're going to have President The Rock in 2024.
Yes, I mean,
honestly, it's his for the taking if he wants
seems clear.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I would would he have to declare a conflict of interest with his tequila brand at that point? Like, how would that work? Would he have to
like
put
Jimmy
it in a
Carter?
trust?
He would have to divest from the peanut farm, but The Rock would have to,
Well, McConaughey has his long branch bourbon. He'd have to get rid of that too.
Oh, tragedies!
Wait, no, he doesn't. Trump didn't do any of that shit.
No.
So, like, he's gonna keep. They can keep it.
Yeah. They have to reestablish the standards after Trump left.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Terramana tequila will go in trust until I leave office in 2056.
All right. I think we should wrap it up there for today. I want to thank Patrick Wyman for coming on the show and hanging out with us. The book is The Verge. We will include a link to order it. I gotta give my plug for it. This is not bullshit pop history. If you're a true history head, this book you could definitely fuck with this book. But if you're not,
the show with the Sigma hustle grind set to grow to over 37,000 paying subscribers and another 20,000 whining Reddit pirates. Trailblazers in synergizing social media presence with RSS distributed programming through sometimes well-produced DIY indie media sleaze. The Shingies of podcasting.
Austin, Texas, South by Southwest. What's going on? Let's fucking go. So I want to thank South by Southwest and Patreon for having us here today. All right, here we go. So It's my first time in Austin. First time in Austin. And I got to say, we came in late last night, and we were at the airport. And as soon as I noticed at the baggage claim, there was a number of novelty-sized electric guitars, I thought to myself, this city's pretty weird. This city's a little too fucking weird for my taste.
Yeah, I was like, you know what? I hope there's some sort of program that people are initiating to reduce the weirdness. Because I'm uncomfortable just in the airport.
I am doing Sherman's march to normalcy here. By the time I'm gone, no stone will be left unweirded. Every fusion taco truck will be turned into a Staples.
If Austin loses its weirdness, it really is sort of like the burning of the Library of Alexandria, but for the 21st century. If we lose the weirdness, we lose something a little special here. But we're pretty normal guys, so I feel a little bit out of place here in Austin. But it's great to be here at South by Southwest, the little indie film festival that could, movies, music, tech, brands. These are the core values that have made Chapo Trap House the phenomenon that it is. And we're thrilled to be here. It's also Austin. You guys are like sort of the podcast capital of America now. Rogan moved to Austin, and we're not nearly as okay. All right, we're not nearly as big as Joe Rogan is, but like, come on, City of Austin, what do you got for us? What do you got for us? What sort of tax breaks and inducements can you have for us to move here, to move the show to Austin?
What condo that looks like an erector set can we all live in for free?
It is my dream to be moved here by tax incentives, land grants, and live in a penthouse in one of these buildings that was constructed in 2015, and rip a 99.8% CBD vape right as the balcony falls off into the street.
So we were walking down 6th Street on the way over here, and I got a little taste of South by Southwest, including the NFT house, which we were not allowed access to.
Yeah, it's like, what the hell?
Okay, actually, here in Austin, is anyone here familiar with the legendary Texas comedian Bill Hicks? Got some Bill Hicks fans? Good. I'm going to borrow a joke from him for South by Southwest. Okay, by a show of hands in the audience here today, does anyone work in the fields of crypto or NFT? Show of hands, anyone? Okay, well.
There's one way back.
Okay, well, okay.
Okay,
okay.
We got one guy. Oh my God.
All right,
there he
good.
is.
Please kill yourself. By rope, by bridge, by knife, by gun, end your wretched life before it's too late. Stop poisoning our culture with your demonic influence.
I mean, obviously, nobody who's here today is going to heaven. I mean, we're all going to hell, but like the NFT crypto people are going to like extra hell.
I kind of, this is a little sour grapes. We were not let into the NFT house. There was like a very NFT enthusiastic cop there.
Yeah, he was like looking for tips and tricks.
Yeah, no.
Like, I got to put my pension somewhere.
Yeah.
What ape is right for me?
Is he? His car is gonna blow up like in Die Hard, and they'll be like, "Oh, his ape was one day from maturing." But yeah, no. So they were like, he'll be like, "Hey guys, come back tomorrow. And you can pre-schedule." And it's like, we have to walk around another day with this fucking bullshit fiat money.
So yeah, we're walking around 6th Street. I don't know if you guys out today earlier saw the plane that was buzzing by.
Yeah.
It had a banner that read,
"Surrender, Dorothy."
Thank you, A.G. Paxton, for protecting Texas children.
Certainly one way to look at it.
Okay. Second question. Is anyone here, is any of the brands that you work for or associated, do you have any partnerships with Ukrainian nationalist militias? Because I've heard Stinger missiles are great for surface-to-air smiles. And as long as we're talking about Attorney General Ken Paxton
protecting Texas
children, here's the thing. There's this demonic evil right now, this idea that anyone here in this state who would seek to educate children about sex or affirm their gender or whatever is doing grooming, right? And from being on the internet as long as I have, anyone who is obsessed with other people grooming kids is a pedophile.
Yeah.
But what I realized about Texas here and AG Ken Paxton and Governor Greg Abbott is that like this idea, this obsession that liberals are grooming children is really like grooming is like that's big government liberal regulation of child abuse. Because here in Texas, you can just, steal them from one of the many poorly run child concentration camps in this state.
Yeah.
Including one in particular called the Refuge Ranch, of which Ken Paxton has just now announced that he is going to look into because they were literally doing child sex trafficking.
Yeah, they were taking together the victims of child sex trafficking and then trafficking them from there. It really does show you that what they hate about grooming is just the amount of labor involved. It's like grooming, which they hate. It's like cooking dinner at home, and then what they prefer is just like, oh fuck it, I'm gonna just Uber Eats it, and then they get the child directly, and then they're mad that anybody is out there like actually it's not any good unless you really put the work in, and they're like, you know what, fuck you.
Yeah, they found a way to do the Yellow King cult from True Detective, but without the sense of family or community.
Thank you, apps.
So yeah, Refuge Ranch. You want to look into that one? It's this is what happens when you run when you turn over all state services to essentially evangelical Christian mafias. They do a really good job of protecting children. Because I know the state of Texas right now, you guys, everyone's so obsessed with fucking protecting children. But look at the people at the State House down the street. They're doing a bang-up fucking job of it here. And you know what? Like, this is my first time in Texas, and I don't want to come here from New York State and pretend like, well, from New York and California, we're from states that respect human life. Because that's a hard case to make, at least over the last couple of years especially.
Yeah.
But we were talking about this last night, but like the thing is like, There's a special level of there's like a new level of like cruelty and fucking Satanism here in the state of Texas, and the answer is it's like if you live in one of those big blue states, what essentially you get in return for the state taxes you pay is a political party in charge of the apparatus of state government that pretends that they care about human life and that they're invested in a political process for the betterment of mankind, protecting gay people, trans people, immigrants, things
the homeless.
Provided the homeless, providing healthcare. But really what it is the maintenance of an insane and horrifying police state that is utilized against anyone who doesn't pay federal income tax.
Yeah.
Yeah, however, you get all the lifestyle restrictions of an EU country, but without any of the social services.
Right, yeah.
But sometimes your governor might go on TV and be like, "Are you a lesbian? Me too. And I'm Jewish. And and I'm a woman."
And like the brilliant innovation, disruption, if you will, of these new red megalopolises like Florida and Texas is that they looked at that model and said, "Hey, we can disrupt the hell out of this. What if we created a new paradigm where we could say to high net worth individuals, hey, you can come here, and as long as what you like doing is what we like doing, you can just be God on earth. You can just, you don't have to like pretend you live in a society. You can live in a fantasy utopia where there's literally no law. Like you live on the island from the most dangerous game." And of course, it's still a horrible police state, just like across the membrane of preference and identity and net worth. But you don't see that shit ever, and that's a great value add for a lot of people. When the alternative is the exact same nightmare hellscape, but you have to feel bad about it. Why exactly? When nothing is going to get better?
I understand, like, here in Texas, it seems like it's gotten a lot worse recently. But for big city liberals from New York and California, they pay state income tax, and then they pay a psychic tax of pretending they care about all of the horrible problems that they're the cause of. Yeah.
And Texas is over here being
but here in Texas, tax-free.
Yeah.
Enjoy yourself. It's wonderful. It's a beautiful day out.
If you like doing it, as long as what you like doing is within a narrow parameter of profitability and social acceptability, you can do it until you explode. I mean, look at Alex Jones. He's like fucking Kirby. He's just getting redder and rounder with every day of his life as he just absorbs things, and he's eventually going to pop, and it's going to be the greatest day of his life.
And instead of like your governor, like Gruesome Gavin or Kathy Molecule or someone, like, you know, yeah, doing like I'm a New Yorker, so I'm black and I'm a woman, or like, you know, doing the next thing that we're going to steal from Canada, like a Democrat doing land acknowledgements while building a pipeline. The red state equivalent now is passing a law where it's you have to pledge allegiance to Israel to start an LLC.
We complied with that.
Yeah, no, we are.
Yeah.
We will be doing a pledge of allegiance to Israel later tonight, and you guys will all receive dual citizenship.
Yeah. We agreed to stop 5 times a day and pray to the Hard Rock Casino Tel Aviv.
Yeah, we are putting on traditional prayer clothes of capri pants. Taking the Israeli communion of 72% purity Molly.
And the worst pizza God has ever created.
From a restaurant called Pizza Rave.
But yeah, I mean, let's get into. I mean, we got to talk about your fucking governor here in the state of Texas, because he's a lot of support for him in the crowd tonight. That's good. We've signed on to his campaign. Now, it's a little weird, Austin, that like the God of Abraham has already tried to smite him once and failed. When you're just jogging and a fucking log falls on you and paralyzes you, finish the fucking job already.
It's honestly, I mean, you sort of have to respect the just pure American brain of just going out for a walk on a sunny day and having a fucking tree fall on you and take your walking ability from you and then not die and go, you know, the world is trying to tell me something. And it's, Greg, stay the course. You're doing great.
I gotta say, I know when it is God's work, and I know when Archangel Michael is on the job. And if it was God on the job with the tree that day, you'd have a different terrible guy.
You know what I'm going to do right now? This is a shout out to our friend Thomas Leno Killer. We'll be performing with them on Wednesday. But I'm going to just do real quick the Greg Abbott challenge. Let's pretend this is a tree. Still got it. And by that, I mean the use of my legs. We'll be doing a summoning circle at the end of the show to send hugs and smiles to his stomach or pancreas. But before we get there, let's talk about the news. You know, we're a show, we talk about current events. And I got to say, South by Southwest, I hope everyone who showed up for this festival and our show here this afternoon realizes that there's a fucking war going on.
Wait, where?
In a little place called Ukraine. But I hope you're all happy, enjoying yourselves. The Nick Cage podcast.
All right, why don't you guys go up and do that now, and I'll bring up the next guest.
Do it.
Give it up for Monty and the New Cage Outlaws. Welcome next to the stage is Scott Rigel here. Scott Rigel is an almost day one Chapo supporter with an idea to create content and monetize Chapo's most annoying fans.
Thank you, Sharks. Thank you, Chapos. May I present the Sharks with a bribe first?
Oh, that's a key Shark Tank component. Yes. Treats and bribes are essential.
So for your first sojourn into Texas, I got you an essential piece of Texas history. Memorial coaster of the Texas Theater, where Lee Harvey Oswald was arrested after allegedly assassinating
Monty,
while watching the film.
Okay, Monty has just been, his Nick Cage cast has just been that's just been funded.
Excellent. Yes.
All right.
This is a
Thank
shark.
you so much for that. This is this theater where Lee Harvey Oswald was arrested.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know,
War is Hell was
War is
playing,
Hell by
yeah.
Van Heflin, I believe. Yes.
Yeah,
That's excellent. That's good. That's a good start. You're starting well.
We see a lot of people come across this stage. A lot of losers, a lot of jokers, a lot of people who, in a better era, would be thrown in a debtor's prison because they don't do their homework. You, my friend, have done your homework. This is a hell of a gift.
Yeah. Day one listener.
Yeah. This is something.
Cheers.
You know what? This is something I can put my disgusting bubbly glass of water on my nightstand.
Hold on a second. We're talking about doing our research for the Sharks here today. Are you wearing a fall T-shirt?
Ooh.
Wow.
That is,
folks.
honestly
folks,
unfair right there.
That kind of obsequiousness will get you nowhere in the tank.
I don't know who that is, so it's fine.
All right, sharks. So the key to making money is using a resource that you have endless supply of for free. And what does Chapo have more of than the most annoying guys in your mentions on Twitter that have ever existed?
True. That's true.
Yeah. My podcast is called Bye Bye Reply Guy.
Okay.
So we get 4 of the most obnoxious rose emoji, gritty avatar, Twitter accounts that you can pick out, and we get them on our show. And they think that they are competing. They think they are competing to be on your show. They think they are, they're testing out their best bants, their best riffs. They're talking about which shit libs got corn cobbed. They're talking about which chuds fucked around and found out.
They're saying my dude.
My dude.
Yeah.
That's a yikes from me.
Okay.
A lot of erms.
They're trying out their posts that they meant to put on the Chapo subreddit before it got shut down.
R.I.P. Rest in piss.
One of the best spin-offs we ever did. We pawned it off on Seeking Derangements in an all-cash deal.
That's some financial mindset right there. That's why you're the shark.
Absolutely.
But instead of being a guest on your show, their prize is the actual forbidden knowledge that this whole time Chapo Trap House has actually been a CIA psyop to destroy the nascent left in America.
Okay.
Red Kahina was right. The Twitter Maoists were right.
Okay. This is intriguing to me.
And as an added bonus to you, they stop replying to you entirely. They go into a mania a la Gene Hackman at the end of the conversation, tearing apart their apartment, and they are out of your mentions forever. They become fans of TrueAnon, though, and they hassle TrueAnon instead to make an episode about you, and then hassle them to come to Texas for years and years instead of you.
Okay, but I understand what you're offering us, but how does this help you? Because essentially you're making a show with the worst content imaginable.
Yeah. Who is the audience for this? That's the real question.
The audience is your endless supply of Chapo reply guys who think they will have a shot on being on your show. It's an aspirational thing.
Okay.
I gotta say to you, you have the good instinct here of, getting a profit out of something you have an endless supply out of. But I do this without even trying. To achieve your goal, all I have to do is not accept DMs in my open. Just wait till we get the ad money.
We got another deal. Another podcast minted.
Of course. Let's get this deal done.
All right, Chris.
Randall has made a deal with Shark Felix.
All right. Chris, we're out of time. We're out of time, but
gonna be the last
we have
one,
we got the last one.
No, that was our last.
Oh, that was okay. We got honorable mentions though.
We do have one honorable mention.
Let's shout it out. Yeah.
You're not coming to the stage. Sorry, but Dan Fantagato, are you here? There he is. He wanted to do a podcast. Basically creating sleeper cells of Chapo affiliates all throughout the Austin area, using his access to production teams to make tiny Chapo, filter leftist internet users into tiny Chapos to expand our empire.
Competitions with us? No, thank you. I already spend enough money squashing these people. Why would I want to pay to bring them up to attack me?
Other people that could be funnier or smarter or more talented than us? No, sir. And
No,
in fact,
thank you.
We've already contacted our attorneys. You will be receiving a letter in the mail.
We are already deep in our King Herod era. We are all about smiting the firstborn to prevent them from rising up against us.
No,
we sure as shit aren't fucking funding their resistance. No, thank you.
No, for the honorable mentions, I will Venmo you $100. And there's one other one, the Luis Gomez.
Oh, like Luis Gomez?
I was gonna give Luis Gomez money because I thought you were the real Luis J. Gomez, the Puerto Rican rattlesnake. But just for that alone, our honorable mentions will get $100 Venmo from
and everybody who's will send a merch pack too. So I'll hit you guys all up.
Thank you to all our podtrepreneurs
Thank you
today.
very much.
We minted 3 new fucking great podcasts today.
Very excited.
But South by Southwest, Sheriff Charlie's, we're out of time today. But before we go, let's stand up, fellas, stand up. I would like you, like I said, the God of Abraham failed in his duty to smite your awful governor, Greg Abbott, merely paralyzing him. So we're going to turn to the elder gods at this point. I would just like everyone to join me in a summoning circle now to hex the stomach or pancreas of Greg Abbott. I saw, actually, just this morning when I woke up, I saw a story about a woman here in Texas who had to be medevaced to Colorado because of a miscarriage, had to be put on a fucking plane to get a pregnancy terminated, a pregnancy that would kill her in Colorado. So I'm hoping Greg Abbott and Ken Paxton's bodies can be colonized by parasitic wasps. Maybe he can wheel himself into a fucking ravine and then have his fucking whole chest cavity turned into a fucking beehive.
Mac and me style.
So join me right now in the Greg Abbott, Ken Paxton summoning circle to hex their stomach and pancreas with hugs and smiles. So let's just hold hands, everybody. Just channel every negative thought you had. With a lot of positive vibes, bring the negative vibes here towards the State House just down the line. Demons, yes, they're fucking demons. They're fucking demons.
I've done a lot of summoning circles in my life. This one feels like the one.
We're going to do it. Sheriff Charlie, South by Southwest, Patreon. Thank you guys so much. We're at Chapo Trap House.
Thank you.
Fuck all you hoes! Detroit till I die, motherfucker!
Houston, Texas, White Oak. What's going on? Let's fucking go. You guys are pumped. All right, without any further ado, let's bring out our guests for this evening. Hosts of the #1 Texas-based comedy podcast, Pendejo Time. It's our friends Jake and Thomas. Boys, come on out.
Yo. How we doing?
All right, well, Houston, Texas, we have a little bit of a sort of like a legal business issue we need to wrap up here before we leave the state of Texas. You know, we've been here a week, we've been doing shows, we've been making money in the state of Texas, so there's just something we need to do to make sure we don't get in any trouble with the authorities. So, Felix?
Yeah, no, guys, this is just, if you will bear with us, this is just housekeeping. This is, it's dirty, but, every company has to do it. We have to do this to, continue operating in the state and hopefully come back this day. But I will need everyone on stage to join me in reciting the Texas-mandated anti-BDS Pledge of Allegiance to Israel.
Let's go.
All right, guys.
Can you please stand?
Yeah. Chris, can you play the anthem?
Yes.
All right. Before an app is funded in angel investing rounds.
Before an app is funded in angel investing round.
Before a link is found between regular shorts and pants.
Before a link is found before regular shorts and pants.
Before Jonathan Pollard's heroic quest.
Before Jonathan Pollard's heroic quest.
Before a collab with Jonathan Van Ness. A rose blooms in the desert. I pledge allegiance to the state of Israel.
Rose blooms in the desert.
I pledge allegiance to the state of Israel.
Even if I come down from Mali.
Even if I come down from Mali.
Even if my restaurant doesn't combine a custom pizza experience with a hip-hop club atmosphere.
Even if my restaurant doesn't combine a custom pizza experience with a hip-hop club atmosphere.
Even if my skin burns, my cataracts worsen, and my mom has me when she is 40, I will not waver. Let's build that third temple.
Let's build that third temple.
Let's build that third temple.
Okay. All right.
Thank you guys for your patience.
That's all. We just needed to do that.
We don't want to get in trouble,
operating.
so we had to cross our I's, dot our T's, and star our bars on that one.
Yeah.
No, like we want to come back here, but we got to do that. Sorry.
Yeah, you have to be very careful. You never know who's watching.
Yeah.
Well, Thomas and Jake, thank you guys so much for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Let's
Thank
give
you.
another round of applause for Pendejo time, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you.
I just I wanted to share with you guys a little Texas anecdote from exiting the city of Dallas the other day. I thought you might appreciate it. So on our way on the road to Houston, we stopped at the famous Fuel City gas station in Dallas because we wanted to see their beautiful longhorn steers. Wonderful, wonderful beasts. So we pull up to get gas, and I walk to the back where they have all the steers. And I'm looking at these guys, and they're fantastic.
They're not fucking around. Those horns are long as hell. It's like you hear like, oh yeah, longhorn, yeah, I get that, and then you see what's like, fuck.
Well,
it's like they're so long. It's like you could tell like halfway through, like the horn just doesn't know what to do anymore. It's like, oh, all right, buddy, all right. If you want this to keep going, just good luck, because it just turns into a goddamn corkscrew.
I could tell you all were truly captivated because you all post them on Instagram. Like one after the other, I was like, I see these, and you're like, look at these fucking things, man.
So I walk back there, and I encounter a married couple, of which the wife I would describe as if Boomhauer were a 60-plus-year-old woman. And I walk up, and I go, like, hey, how's it doing? And she goes, it's going to rain this week. And I go, excuse me? She says, it's going to rain for the rest of the week. And I said, oh, well, thankfully we're enjoying this nice weather outside. And there's these two huge steers just like at this fence looking at us. And I turn to her and I go, what do you think of these guys? And she goes, no cows. They probably want some pussy.
You and me both, bro. I don't know.
So that was just a little bit of I mean, those cows, like those steers, they did look like they wanted some pussy. I can't.
They were on a dry spell.
You simply exist to captivate guys from New York. So, if you're trying to get some pussy, your most existence is just to be looked at and marveled at behind a gas station. That's the worst type of torture, I would imagine. So,
But you say they were like the cattle in the state of Texas that are just basically allowed to wander around a pasture behind a gas station.
Yeah, no, it's like being a cattle who is saved from extinction here is like they're like Adrian Brody and The Pianist. Like at the volume that they eat beef here, they're probably wondering like, why me? Why did I survive all this?
The tradition for a long time at UT was to have Bevo, their like main mascot. He would like come out to all the football games and be like, woohoo, we got the damn Longhorn out here. And then after I guess he wore out his welcome, they would cook the motherfucker. Which is like, imagine being the best guy at work and then your boss comes up to you one day after 5 years and you're like, we got to shoot you in your fucking head. Cook your ass up, you're done for.
They do that with that bulldog at the University of Georgia, too.
Okay. That was also when Obama came to visit.
Yeah. Yeah. I like Felix's idea of Houston having evil swag, because I do feel like Houston is Gotham, but just with more catfish joints to eat at.
Yeah.
But like instead of Batman, it's just like a 5'8", 380-pound rig welder.
Yeah. It's a Batman who only works out his arms.
Right. And there's no Riddler or Joker. He just like throws his wife down the stairs or whatever. Like there's no villain to fight except like several domestic disputes per month, I grew up about 15, 20 minutes in a town called Pasadena, Texas. And every time I come from, I grew up there, I moved to Austin. And every time I come back, it's like that part in Wizard of Oz where the world just gets black and white again. And that's no knock on Pasadena, it's a great town, but there is sort of like a sepia tone, and that's benzene cloud. That's what, it's just sort of fumes. Everybody who cheered, by the way, the 20 or 25 people, plus me, were the 26 people who did not die of lymphoma from Pasadena, Texas.
Yeah, we got some real benzene heads.
Yeah.
We're talking about Houston, and like there's a number of like downtown areas, and you said
It's very
one of
weird.
Yeah, there's like a number of different skylines here in Houston, and one of them you said was like the medical district where they have all the the best hospitals in the country.
Right.
And you said it's the best place in the world to get cancer.
So,
which is important because this is also the most likely place in the world to get cancer.
So you're born basically at you get nerfed from birth. You're gonna get some sort of lymphoma or fucked up growth on your head. But as a plus, you sort of
it's keeping the hat sizes too small around here.
Well, it encourages you to grind and get your hustle on so you can afford fucking healthcare in the city. So if you're if I do get some sort of terrible blood or brain cancer, I can at least go to the best fucking place on planet Earth to get blood or brain cancer, which is about 30 minutes from where I grew up. I don't want to shill for the healthcare community in Houston, by the way.
I do. Thank you, heroes.
Medical goat.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Yeah.
Scene.
I think the secret to being a good uncle or dad is to disappear like Batman. Kind of like my dad. I'm just kidding. That's bad.
I'm still thinking about the Rig-Welder Batman being like, "Where are my Hummer keys? Where did I leave the leftovers last night?"
Yeah.
Don't tell me I'm too drunk to drive. I'm not better when I've had a few.
What is my son's name?
Sorry, I pushed my wife into the pool too hard. I think Texas Batman is the next thing they have to pursue.
Yeah. Well, it's got to get grittier and grittier.
So they went gritty with Bale. They went emo with Pattinson. The next thing is oil and gas, Rig-Welder Batman.
They need a Batman who doesn't punch the mentally ill. He runs people over with his truck.
Yeah.
That's it. He never gets out of his fucking truck.
Joker's on the side of the 610 loop, and he just coal rolls across the whole fucking.
You think drunk driving is your idea?
Yeah.
I was born in.
Yeah. I'm trying to imagine the Batmobile is a 10-foot tall dually with one of those Calvin pissing on Obama's head bumper stickers,
He has to step on Alfred's shoulders to get up in there.
5'7" Rig-Welder South Texas Batman.
It's sitting on 42-inch American forces, and it's all blacked out except for the rims. So
Right,
it's not really
yeah.
open at all.
The truck monthly payment is $955. How the fuck do I afford this with 6 child support payments? Goddamn.
Alfred is his gardener.
Yeah. I was gonna say the warehouse foreman, but the gardener is much better. I will not do the voice. I have a job in real life.
We're not. You can imagine the voice.
You can imagine the voice in your own
I'm
head.
not sure what voice you're referring to.
Tom is please, I need more detail.
I was just wondering.
So that's another exciting franchise we could get into if you option this.
Exactly. You can option a whole slate of concepts, and this is just one of them.
I don't know how many MRVs there are in Texas, specifically Houston, but hopefully we can get one.
Yeah. Out of a crowd of about 500 of you, there's got to be one MRV.
Yeah.
We all got that one MRV friend.
Yeah. If any of you here are studying anything at Rice or U of H other than STEM, you're fucked.
So Noah's the hero once again. He gets the girl back. His family apologizes to him. And they're like, Noah, you know what? If you want to join the Navy and then flip houses afterwards, like you were talking about, you can do it. And, the mom, she's like, Noah, I feel so bad. I never listened to you. How can I make this up to you? And Noah goes, you know what? There actually is a way. You could come to church with me. The family is now Christian. And they're in church, and it's sort of reminiscent of the final scene of Return of the King or the Last Jedi or whatever. Star Wars. You know what I'm talking about. Where it's, it's the metal scene. Everyone's there. Boosie's there. Dan Bongino. The guys who were investigating Fusion GPS for Trump.
They're all at Lakewood Church with Joel Osteen.
Yeah. the Kyle Rittenhouse. They're all there. They're all there as Noah is getting a medal pinned on him by Joel Osteen. And it's the end, maybe, but then the credits roll. Credits are done. They're not very long because we didn't hire union labor. We don't have to put names in there. End credit scene. The uncles, their angel radar picks up. They've got another nephew out there. You have a franchise.
The secret uncle's extended universe.
Hopefully, you guys make enough money on this that the second nephew is Timothy Chalamet.
Yes.
The second nephew. I would love to teach Brazilian jiu-jitsu to a Timothy Chalamet with green hair. He's like a social media manager who really wants to stick it to Antifa.
So yeah, that's our movie.
That's our movie script.
Yeah. And I think all of our performers on stage, let's take a bow for everyone here tonight. Let's do it up.
Oh, fuck. All right. Ah, shit. I ain't doing it.
White Oak, Houston, and the entire state of Texas. We are Chapo Trap House. They are Pendejo Time. You guys have been awesome. We're out.
The
Love
city
you guys.
where I'm from,
Cheers.
motherfuckers.
Stick around. We're signing posters afterwards. We'll be out there in just a few minutes.
Fuck all you hoes! Detroit till I die, motherfucker!
Say hello to my mom for me.
Talking all that
Say hello, Mom. Fuck. All right. Sorry.
American Carnation Revolution. I know that I've joked about that before. I don't actually think that's terribly likely, but I gotta say, this thing with the Texas National Guard trying to unionize is pretty interesting. That's unprecedented. That's another thing that's never happened before. I mean, obviously it's not a huge movement, but it shows that that you cannot assume the solidarity, the total internal solidarity of all these structures of power. And if you can't, then opportunities open up, certainly. I mean, I'm not saying that's going to mean anything. Probably won't. It's just interesting. Because, what happened was that as an election stunt, Governor Hot Wheels, what's his name? Greg Abbott sent a bunch of National Guardsmen up on very short notice to secure the border. And they just stood around. It was a total photo op. And they got pissed. They got pissed to just arbitrarily be sent there and told to do that. And, I think that when you look at this kind of question too schematically, you think, oh, Texas National Guardsmen being told to go defend the border, they were probably psyched. They were probably doing chants and marching in jackboot unison to carry out their white supremacist power fantasies. Some of them might have been, but a lot of them were guys who were like, hey, I got to cancel my barbecue, or I can't go into work. And now I got to stand around in a fucking field like an asshole. And that will have the effect of detaching people from these, these ties of...
Sick watches, many pictures in a Rolls Royce that he clearly does not own, which is actually more baller than owning one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because it's a waste of money. But he's the head of this thing called the Anti-Globalization Movement of Russia, which basically seems to be a weird, political movement, NGO thing.
Are they responsible for the map of Europe that I saw the other day that would be the decolonized Europe, where every ethnic group in Europe has their own country now? So it's basically what Germany looked like before it was a unified, it was 1,800 principalities and dukedoms and things like that.
What it should have looked like after the Second World War. But yeah, no, I mean, his whole thing is he flies Texas secessionists to Russia to give a speech. And maybe, he could possibly be under the impression that California or Texas secessionism is a movement with more than 20 people behind it. But it's kind of the equivalent of flying out a I don't know, like a small Discord channel out somewhere, because it's like it's such little reach and such little actual popularity among regular people that it sort of seems like a vanity project. But he's really into kind of any secessionist movement anywhere. And I guess he hosts conferences and things like that, and then flies them around. That seems to be really what he's charged with.
I mean, does he think that he's like doing some sort of psyop on America, and that it's going to lead to our dissolution?
Yes. I mean, this is the thing. Black Hammer, the reason they've been pilloried for their many alleged crimes is not because, they are so crazy and that they're dress up, Ghazi does sometimes dress up like the Joker and then parade around a bunch of people and make vague threats against his enemies. Yes, he is clearly one of the most insane gnome type people to kind of come out of America for a while. But, there's a lot of popular support behind Black Hammer, and given a couple more months, 3, 4, maybe at the most, we could actually be living in Black Hammer's America. No, I mean, that's the crazy thing is all of these groups, I mean, African People's Socialist Party, Uhuru, is the least marginal among these groups. They actually came out of the Black Power movement in the 70s. They're also very weird. Black Hammer's kind of like an even weirder offshoot of them. But Black Hammer had, I think at this point, like 12 members. I mean, there a lot of people, including myself, kind of thought they were going to dissolve by last year. Ghazi's been recruiting homeless teenagers from parks in Atlanta, which is, I think a part of the reason for the very dark turn even darker turn that the organization has taken. But I mean, there is basically no non-marginal socialist group, although I don't know if Black Hammer, what they would call themselves, but like left-wing group in America. And Black Hammer is probably the most marginal of all of them, besides maybe like the Red Guards of Austin or something like that.
I would say Red Guards of Austin probably has significantly more members.
Yes,
than
absolutely.
Black Hammer.
Many of them police officers.
Well, yeah, they're penetrating. They're finally getting a blue collar, working class people to join the movement.
Yes.
But you mentioned it's like Ghazi. He joined the Uhuru movement. It was founded in the mid 70s in Florida by a guy named Omali Yeshatella, a former convict. And it was like any black radical organization, it was, targeted by the feds, but it was also rumored to have been funded entirely by a white woman named Penny Hess, who was she was the chairperson of the African People's Solidarity Committee.
I do think you're going to increasingly see separate regimes coming into being in different states. You already kind of have that. Like California and Florida and Texas, like they have dramatically different social policies that their state governments support, and that'll just continue to deepen. I think and then the conflict that so many people are drooling for. I don't think we'll ever get that because there's no, as I said, institutions to take that energy and push it in real confrontation with in the greater structures that have no interest in seeing the United States at this moment pulled apart. But that energy's got to go somewhere, and it'll go where it has been already going, just in an accelerated pace, people voting with their feet. You're not going to pick up a gun to create a national divorce, but you can get in a U-Haul and go to a state that has what you imagine to be a closer reflection of your values in its government philosophy. That's already happening. One of the big reasons that Florida is becoming this reactionary bastion and that Ron DeSantis won by such a astounding amount relative to his first term victory is that a ton of retired reactionaries decided to go to Florida in the last 4 years, and they're going to keep doing that. Marjorie Taylor Greene, showing that she's a complete idiot and completely incapable of understanding what's actually happening, also said that people from blue states who move to red states shouldn't be allowed to vote for like 5 years or something like that because they're going to get their icky progressivism all over them. As though the people moving out of blue states to red states aren't largely Republicans who are moving for that reason, among others. Because a lot of these people, and you have to have this to really buy into a notion that we could have some sort of clean break, believe that blue states are basically made up entirely of liberals and red states are made up entirely of conservatives. There are more Republicans in California than there are in, 150 electoral votes worth of red states? I remember when Beto O'Rourke almost beat Ted Cruz. It turns out that he beat Cruz among native Texans, and that Cruz's margin of victory came from transplants, a lot of them from blue states. So that's going to keep happening. Texas will be some sort of, if we do end up with like a formal regime of like military rule, popular military rule, not just like a military dictatorship with no civil society, but a popular military regime, you'd have that most likely to emerge in Texas. But of course, a big chunk of that place will be literally uninhabitable, and there'll be some sort of constant warfare to Mexico in some form or another. That's for sure. That border is going to be a blood bath. That's going to be just the Rio Grande is going to be running red. I think all those Midwestern states are the ones bordered. I don't know. Maybe the Ozarks or Switzerland. I don't know. Texas is. Is Texas the Ottoman Empire? I think Texas might be the Ottoman Empire. Yeah, the Appalachians are the Balkans. That's right. Because they're not formally part of the Holy Roman Empire. I mean, Croatia was, and Croatia can be like Eastern Ohio, like by Athens, which is pretty Appalachian. And then the rest of the Balkans is that's the Appalachian. And then Texas as like a military expansionist state there to the south of them. That's the Ottoman.
And they love to do it. They're not like tortured in doing it. It's like, come on, like, how do you can't through one side of the mouth say, all right, you guys need to be brood mares for the fattest morons alive, and then be like, I am woman, hear me roar, also hear me say the N-word. Like, that's not, like, it doesn't work like that, I guess.
Getting to the end of the show, I know I had some Texas stories for you, but it basically comes down to your governor once again is at it. He, we were talking before. Is he just bored? Like, has murder ball lost the sort of energy that it needs to give him? Now he's pardoning that guy who shot someone at a Black Lives Matter protest, and basically saying, if you protest against Israel in Texas, we will put you in jail. Mm-hmm. And that, it went along with a video that was circulated of like Texas college students being told that if they say the words from the river to the sea, they will be arrested.
Yeah.
And it's like, what Texas, the freest state in America.
Yeah.
I think I speak for the rest of the Dallas Mavericks fan base when I say that people are fired up right now. And, this might pass. I think if we win this round of the playoffs, I think it could get real nasty quick. But I think right now he's watching Luka and he's feeling a little inspired.
Yeah.
He's seeing some plays get made. He's saying, hey, we're going to let him out. We're going to let this guy out. Well, what, he killed one guy? Fuck it. Let him out. Be all right.
Yeah. If he's interested in protecting Texas from anti-Semitism, he needs to lock up Kyrie Irving. But he stopped saying everything since he came to Texas, probably because of all the laws to protect Jewish people.
We just don't have any here, so it worked out well for him.
He's one of those, and this is pretty common in this, like in the South. I just feel in the Bible Belt specifically, but there's like a giant number of like Southern Baptists specifically. I grew up truly believing that Israel, the people that are there, were like the people that are talked about, like in the Old Testament. And they kind of give you the rundown on that, where it's like they're the same guys. The guys that are listening to like and then just doing mass murders all day, they're the Canaanite. They're them. They're the ones in the Bible. And so whenever I like see an article on a Texas politician, a really religious one, saying this type of shit, I'm like, okay, they're just victims of this. What was it? Wasn't there like a posted like Mossad or like Israeli like propaganda playbook that was like, we have to get the balloons are going. We have to get the Christian, like the American right to believe that we are like that from the Bible or something. Like it was some massive thing they were like pushing in a while back, like in the 20th century or some shit.
I think you can even simplify it by like imagine you're a rich guy, right? And somebody says, "Would you like to have even more money than you have?" And you, in terms of selling out morally, Greg Abbott has done he has done things you could not imagine.
Mm-hmm.
And so whenever a lobby comes to him and they say, "Hey, what if you made it illegal to say like from the river to the sea?" He's like, I have fucking underwater chainsaws in the Rio Grande right now. That is no problem.
I like to imagine that the tree that fell on him hit the fucking dead eye from Red Dead, and then a red triangle popped above his head before the fucking tree limb fell on him, and like. Dude, I always thought like I think last time we talked about this, it's like he passed that law right after he made all that money that outlawed doing what he did for like the rest of Texans. You cannot sue the city for a certain amount of money for anything. Like that's how he made his riches or whatever. He said, "Nah, listen, Playboy, y'all be easy. I'm gonna pull the ladder up on your ass. You got to get it out the mud." But the fucking that guy he pardoned, wasn't his Facebook. Like it, sometimes those guys don't have social media. They're like, I'm going to run over, like the guys that really do bad things at protests. They don't have social media. So it's all speculative. And people are like, oh, he was racist. And then the right wing guys are like, no, he wasn't. You just think anybody who loves America is racist.
who kills a black
person.
Yeah.
And then you go to the guy's Facebook and he's like, I fucking hate them, dude. I can't stand them.
No, I mean, like in this case, the social media profile was just like, just to be clear, I'm going to a protest to murder someone who in no way threatens my life. I do not feel in danger of my life. I'm going to commit murder and hopefully get away with it with the help of the state.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, also, if you're a 16-year-old girl coming home later, coming home. By the way, like, would you like to go on a date with me?
What's the picture of the guy in the bathtub? Hey, Rachel, with his like balls out or whatever the fuck. Like, no, I thought it was kind of telling, right? The way that this, like, especially like U.S. right views things. He wasn't a cherubic little good old boy like Kyle Rittenhouse, so he didn't get the media campaign attention. You know, he was just like
he wasn't hot and breedable.
Yeah. He wasn't like a cool bro that could go on like Barstool podcasts and be like, "So you like tits or ass? I know you just killed 2 men with a gun, but do you like Latinas with tight grip?" Like, no, like he's too ugly and weird looking. So they're like, "Yeah, he's cool. Yep, we support it."
Yeah. They're like, he's not an incel. He fucks teenagers.
Yeah. I can't. I mean, I don't know. I believe it. And we were talking about before we started, like, is it all like him shipping the undocumented human beings with families up to Martha's Vineyard? You know, or is all in the dead of winter? Is all this like political stunts? It like you have to be so bankrupt to try things out to be president in 10 years. You know what I mean? Like to try and do cruel things to increase your clout to be president, like when there might not even be any more elections in 10 years, if that makes sense.
Well, I mean, like, and also, I mean, whether there's elections or not, Greg Abbott, give up your dream of getting into the White House. You're never going to be president. You have to be tall to be president. You have to be at least 6 feet to be president.
I've seen Greg Abbott try to like get out there, like make the rounds to people outside of Texas. Like sometimes he tweets like a tweet decker sometimes.
Yeah.
Like I saw him like this is a couple of years ago. He just quote tweeted some random black guy that was like, "If I was in a wheelchair, I'd kill myself." and which is like, I don't know how he found that, but anyway, like he was like, he attached some video of him like, like working out or like going up a hiking trail or something and being like, I learned that impossible is nothing.
Yeah.
Just trying to get like a viral tweet about how inspiring he is.
The thing about Texans is if you want to be governor of this state, look at the people who did it and were successful. A guy like W. Jr. is a great example. You have to have been an alcoholic from like age 8 to like age 60. You have to be so stupid that you're actually somehow kind of smart, but just to people who are even dumber than you. That's rule 2. And then you also have to at some point have owned a baseball team. Greg Abbott is like kind of a smarmy wet blanket lawyer type. It doesn't compute for a lot of guys down here. No, he's governor, but he'll never be president, is I guess what I'm trying to say. He doesn't have the pizzazz or the swag that W had.
Rick Perry couldn't do it. And like Rick Perry had everything that Greg Abbott didn't.
Yeah.
Like Rick
Yeah,
Perry
he had a
was
ranch
like
that everyone loved.
Yeah.
going
He had a ranch. He had
DEI head ranch.
DEI head ranch. I love.
But he was like, he had like he looked like sort of like a TRT Gary Oldman.
Yes.
Like he had a good look. He was authentically stupid. But he just like, no one bought it.
Right.
He couldn't fucking sell it.
Right.
Greg Abbott is not doing it.
Yeah, no, it's not. He's got really high, like feminine cheekbones. And he just FDR in a wheelchair. He for some reason screamed like that's a tough ass motherfucker in a chair. I don't know why. Maybe just because
It was the cigarette.
Yes,
holder.
it was the cigarette.
Yeah, he had the monocle. He had the accessories to sort of like add to the wheelchair. It was like Professor X.
I think his legs got grandfathered in also at a certain because we saw him with legs at a certain point, right? And then we, Greg Abbott, we have no proof really.
Yeah, it's kind of like whether or not Michelle Obama is actually a lady. Like that, we don't have any pictures of her pregnant. Whatever those right wing guys are on about, it's like we don't have any pictures of him walking around.
Okay, the whole tree fell on me. I was paralyzed. This was just to cover his transition.
Wow.
Because imagine
look at his hip to waist ratio.
Oh my god! Think about it. If he can't walk, then transvestigators can't point out his feminine hip.
He's got a
tilt.
camel toe. Yeah, that's what he's hiding. But beneath those big ass dockers is just a.
What were you doing when you lost your legs? Running? Yeah, that's what I would say too.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I have to have a blanket over my feet that are.
I just find very indicative of the ongoing sort of like crisis of managing the contradiction of liberalism as it relates to Israel and Palestine. And I'll just begin with she opens her sort of Reddit post about this by saying, basically explaining why she hasn't engaged on this topic on her YouTube channel. And she opens by saying, is Israel committing a genocide in Gaza? Yes. Do I oppose it? Yes. Do I feel angry about it? Yes. I also feel a lot of other things. And it's the other things here that I'm really going to take issue with because
you're really stepping into a puddle of shit when someone begins by asking themselves questions. Like we saw. I think people saw that Ken Paxton, his wife, did that. The worst type of divorce announcement, which is when the wife goes, "Due to recent discoveries," which always means child zoo. So I imagine Ken Paxton, when his wife found the child zoo, said, "Did I buy these children? Yes. Were they underneath the property? Yes. Do I have more children being delivered? Yes. But I'm still your husband and I love you." I've never heard anyone do that. I'm asking myself questions thing, and they're not a maniac.
So, I mean, she dispenses with just so everyone knows, she does believe Israel is committing a genocide, and she is angry about it. And then she goes on for quite a bit about the other things she feels about it. And basically, what it comes down to is that, like, yes, Israel is committing a genocide. Yes, she's mad about it, but there's nothing to be done. And like the sort of a side. And again, like Jonathan Martin of Politico just being like, as soon as the representative of the Israeli government just states that like it's 100% false, that like case closed. Case closed. We can put this one to bed.
Well, I mean, to Martin's point, that is something that a character in Veep might do.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, nothing more to see here.
Well, speaking of things to see, I did see this story.
They're making more of them every day. There's more things to see.
Yeah. I love things with visual resonance.
There are things everywhere for those with the eyes to see.
No, this is about Governor Greg Abbott of Texas says his state's emails with Elon Musk are, quote, too intimate and embarrassing to make public. Are they buying his cum? What's going on here?
What is this? Is there like a lawsuit? Is someone trying to subpoena these emails? What's going on?
What if he's trying to sell him on some sort of like cybernetic e-stim technology that can get the cum out of his dick? Because Greg Abbott is paralyzed below the waist, right?
Oh, right. Yeah.
And Elon Musk, he has the botched dick surgery. So he has to use some sort of contraption to get the cum out. So maybe he's trying to sell him that. Like, hey, you could get load after load out of you with this thing. You could just strap it on and you could have offspring all over the world.
Oh, and like they are selling that, like, they have some stupid name for their robot. Are they like, Greg Abbott, we're going to put your personality on a flash drive and we're going to put it into one of our robots. And you're finally going to be able to play basketball again.
We're going to put you into a Roomba.
No, let's answer your question. This is part of an effort to track the billionaire's influence in the state capitol. The Texas newsroom in April requested Abbott and his staff's emails since last fall with Musk and other people who have an email address associated with some of his companies. It says Matthew Taylor, Abbott's public information coordinator, gave several reasons the record should not be released. He argued they include private exchanges with lawyers, details about policymaking decisions, and information that reveal how the state entices companies to invest here. Releasing them to the public, he wrote, would have a chilling effect on the frank and open discussion necessary for the decision-making process.
Aren't we kind of past this? Like with the shit Elon Musk tweets? Like, aren't we kind of past this? The idea that there's like we don't want to expose that there's corruption, that people are bribing governors to move stuff places. Like, we're just doing that in the open. We're doing that with the tariffs. We're just every single lever you can pull in the government is being used as a threat or a bribe to somebody. And they're just doing it out in the open. And their base defends it. Like, what would even happen? What would happen if there were emails saying that Elon Musk was trying to give Greg Abbott a bribe to move some Tesla shit over there?
Every foreign visit now is like whatever foreign leader like auditioning to Trump, like what they will give him for like a tariff exception if they don't have like a dominant industry that will like scare the Trump people into like granting exceptions sight unseen, like with China.
Could you imagine what would happen if like ethically dubious cryptocurrencies just deposited $150 million in the president's bank account?
Yeah. That is
imagine if that were
insane.
Yeah, they're doing pump and dumps in the White House just openly. Like,
Trump
why even
coin.
hide any of it?
Yeah. I guess the last thing I want to talk about is these really unspeakably terrible floods that happened in Texas. And like, I mean, yeah, it's horrible, particularly because like, about 100 people have died that we know of, but particularly like it was the summer camp for girls that was just washed away, and like seemingly like something like 60 campers drowned. I mean, unspeakable, really, like horrible to imagine. But look, I don't know if there is a direct connection between all of the cuts in the National Weather Service and like FEMA that are like that. I don't know, like led to this disaster. Because look, like floods happen, natural disasters happen, but like the aftermath of this has been really telling. Because I saw a story the other day about how like the deployment of search and rescue teams was delayed by 3 days because of a new mandate at the Department of Homeland Security that requires Kristi Noem to sign off on any expenditure over $100,000. And it's just like $100,000. Like,
well, and
what the fuck is the point?
3 days is life or death. Like after like last Friday, they were no longer finding people alive. So
yeah, there are people who like lost multiple children because Yeah. Well, $100,000 for a federal department is
what is the fucking point? What is the fucking point of having a government if it is not the body that can very quickly spend millions of dollars to do search and rescue for people lost in a flood or repair the infrastructure caused by devastating natural disasters? Like, what point is there in any of this to nickel and dime like the budgeting over this shit is sickening.
Well, and I saw reporting about how, like, and this has been reported that, like, FEMA's budget is being rated as a slush fund for ICE. Alligator Alcatraz is going to cost something like $650 million just, for the rest of the year, I believe it was. And another data point from today, which lets you know that this is also definitely, like, Texas's unique fault, is that Governor Greg Abbott was saying, someone was basically, like, a reporter was kind of like, whose fault is this? And he was saying, like, talking about whose fault it is basically quote unquote loser shit.
Catherine, his comments were like, the entire state of Texas loves the game of football. We love football.
We're a
and he's like championship
teams sometimes lose.
No, he was like the losing teams, after they lose, they point fingers and try to assign blame. The winning teams, after they lose, they say, we got this. And my comment on that is, like, usually the winning teams say we got this before the big game.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like you don't lose the Super Bowl, or in this case 60 girls at a summer camp, and then just go, we got this.
Yeah.
We got this.
If this was a football game, it would be the football game depicted at the start of the movie The Last Boy Scout. And going back a bit, to actually, to the effects of austerity on weather service, that actually does have a massive effect, because states and the federal government communicate, or should communicate, in an ideal non-austerity regime, of what to expect. Obviously, it's not perfect, but something of this scale, catching it even a day before, would be the difference between, dozens, if not hundreds of people living or dying. I mean, that is the thing with austerity. Austerity always comes with a body count, but it's never in the things that you expect, because something as complex as the federal government, as enormous, that is picking up the slack for so many things in so many ways, there are so many pillars that are just barely being held up by, like, one federal agency, one sub-agency, one thing that, like, all it takes is one fucking idiot to look at it and go, why are we spending $10 billion on weather reporting? And then then your kid is dead.
Well, and it really, like, belies this idea about, like, does any life matter to MAGA people? These are little girls in Texas, like, lives that should theoretically, like, matter to these people.
It was a Christian summer camp.
Yeah, and again, we were just talking about how, like, these people are happy to, like, let Epstein go. It's like, but they're also willing to, like, not make this into Trump's or even Greg Abbott's Katrina. Like the right wing, and the right wing are the people capable of, like, really sinking an administration over something like letting Christian girls, like, be washed away to their deaths. So it's like, obviously they don't care about the lives of, I don't know, immigrants or, Palestinians or whatever. But, like, they also don't care about the lives of their countrymen's own little girls.
As long as they get to see, like, anyone, whether it's like a Mexican guy in LA who's fucking born here, like some random German guy with a green card, just anyone get, like, brutalized and, like, die in a detention center, then it's worth it. It's just worth it if someone else had a bad day.
I gotta bring this up. I don't know if you guys saw that N+1 story about talking to, like, the guy spent, like, 2 days talking to people who were like interviewing for ICE jobs or applying for ICE jobs.
Yeah.
And like, I've been thinking about it ever since I read it. And, like, the word that the writer assigned to, like, what these people are looking for is kind of wanderlust. And also just like the meanness and the graphic t-shirtness of these people, like, basically basically they were spouting claims about like, yeah, I want to join the American Gestapo because I don't want illegal immigrant kids to get free school supplies, or like citing like these other like conspiracies that like the writer couldn't even find cited as conspiracies like anywhere online. So like we are reaching unprecedented levels of like human life being cheaper than ever, and the people willing to extinguish it or like excuse its extinguishment just being more retarded than ever.
Here's the thing about Texas. They love eating shit and they love dying.
Yeah.
They can't get enough of it. Oh my God, I'm dying. Thank you. Thank you, God.
That is 1000% true. Like, people always love these like hypotheticals, like, oh, what if your daughter, needs an abortion, or like, what if your wife was an immigrant? But like, people in Texas would love it if it was their kid's funeral, and then the Israeli consulate was like, hey, we need to use this funeral home for a celebration of Israeli clown step. You have to leave now.
Yeah.
They would love if that happened to them.
Yeah.
Real quick, though, Catherine, my favorite highlight from the N+1 article was the guy at the ICE jobs fair who said he was hoping to parlay his success and the money that he won't be making, terrorizing people at doctor's appointments and in city parks and ethnically cleansing the country as part of America's Gestapo. He was like, I hope I can use the money I make doing this job to parlay it into buying homes that I can use as Airbnbs.
That's America! That's America! Oh my God, we are so fucking doomed. Fire
median
at
voter.
will.
Median voter.
Honestly, this is who the Democratic Party thinks is gettable if we just follow the polling with our policy. This is who they want to win over.
Yeah, I mean, I will point out, you will lose money having an Airbnb now because guess who killed Airbnb by realizing it sucks? Faillennials. Guess who elected Zoran? Faillennials, white men. Guess who's saving the country? Faillennials, white men, Chapo cells.
We Felix, we started it all when we let all those ants into that Airbnb in Silver Lake.
Oh man, I was thinking about that the other day. That was so fun. But we did. There's no Zoran without us doing that. So you're welcome. You're welcome for us bringing a biblical plague to the fucking admittedly really cool house.
The house was really nice.
Matt was also a part of it because we had Matt over from like down the street, and they said we were throwing a party, and it was just Matt speaking at regular volume but outdoors.
I was quiet.
Yeah, like you often are.
That was when I was like, we have to stop doing this because I spent the entire trip just arguing with that guy to just like go on the Airbnb app, and like I was like looking up like Airbnb like laws on Wikipedia. That was, I mean, I would like to say we swore off of Airbnb for moral reasons. I think it's more because I could no longer get in arguments with those guys.
Yeah, it was too annoying.
Just real quick to go back to the Texas flooding here.
Yeah,
and like,
sorry.
No. Yeah. From we were talking about real problems like that we have to deal with Airbnb hosts, but like in lesser important news, all the people who just died in the flood. The last thing I want to talk about with this is like I think it's like. The reaction I'm seeing once again from like MAGA supporters about like the failure of their own government and like the death of their own kids is it's a similar reaction to the Epstein stuff, where it's just like without missing a beat, they'll just find a way to like reformat their worldview and avoid assigning blame to any of the people that they, put their faith in. And like the interesting thing I've been seeing, and like, look, this is not like the broad range of opinion. I've just been like in the fever swamps. I have been noticing a new not a new trend, but a growing trend that every natural disaster is in fact not natural but man-made, and like the weather has become a part of conspiracy now. That any weather that happens is the result of geoengineering and cloud seeding. And what I love about that is like Trump is in control of the government right now. Texas is like a unified like one-party state. Like, who's doing this to you?
Well, that's like their version of like, oh, we would do all this if it wasn't for Joe Manchin.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Like there are just people. They're just in order to get this majority, we need pro chemtrails people. Unfortunately,
We would do this not just because of like one shithead senator, but we would do this if our party didn't control all of Texas, the White House, and the Senate.
But no, there is a weather machine. That's not crackpot. It's called internal combustion engine. Very, very devious.
Well, it's actually. I mean, you would be surprised. The guy who helped popularize it.
Sort of nexus between these guys. Maybe the smartest guy that's ever interviewed Peter Thiel, Joe Rogan, who famously when he had Thiel on sometime in the last couple of years said, "Well, you met Epstein, but it was before he got arrested." And Thiel went, but actually it wasn't. And Joe Rogan just went, "Oh."
It would be a lot better if that weren't the case.
Yeah, just really disheartening for anyone like me who used to enjoy listening to this Friendly Imbeciles podcast about how fun it is to drink milk. Joe Rogan's world, ever since he moved to Austin and created the Comedy Mothership, his new comedy club, and just kind of the way that he has talked about comedy in the last few years, ever since really it's always obnoxious to listen to comedians talk about comedy, but ever since he moved to Austin, especially since he started saying things like we're the last line of defense in the world, and there's only 20 truly great comedians, and I'm one of them. And this way that he talks about comedians in his circles, where it's just like Cumtown famously had a great thing about this, about how all these guys are like, that guy's an assassin, a fucking monster, idiot, fucking killer, fucking rapist, idiot, murderer. That is watching these guys interact with Epstein, both in the emails and at the documentary footage, all of it. It is like Joe Rogan and his friends were their moms.
Greetings, friends. It's Thursday, February 19th, and this is your Chapo for today. On today's episode, Felix and I are joined once again by our friend Josh Ettinger-Mentum. Josh, welcome back to the show.
Hello, it's great to be back on. The midterms are officially starting in I think 2 weeks, so you guys have summoned me from the time sphere you keep me in. The
Harkonnen no globe. You've been emerged from it.
Jasmine Crockett actually told us if a man orders spice from the International Guild, he's gay. I was talking to Jasmine Crockett via sort of telepathy the other day, and she said that 99.7% of Fremen on Arrakis are gay.
Yeah. I'm really looking forward to when she's elected. I think we've all been waiting for that the Senate investigation about Philadelphia that's been long overdue.
Philadelphia and Atlanta, too. Let's not forget
Atlanta. When she takes down the twerking gangs, do you think she'll be like, I also took on transnational?
Yeah, that'll be like her Jimmy Hoffa thing, like it was for JFK. She's gonna she's gonna be getting kickbacks from the nude barber. It's gonna be a whole thing. I wonder who her Sinatra is gonna be.
Question. Billy Porter.
Yeah.
Well, Josh, we definitely want to talk to you about some horse race stuff. I would definitely want to talk about the Texas Senate race and a few other things. And also, I would like to talk to you about your article that I found fascinating about how sort of turn-based map strategy games have informed the culture of the new right.
Although I'm not gay, of course.
Yeah.
Well, you bring up Crockett, and Josh, I did want to get you to sort of lay out what is the state of play in this Texas Senate race.
Yeah.
'Cause I'm seeing on the Democratic side, there's a lot of juice right now between this guy James Tallarico and Jasmine Crockett. And the thing is, I don't know much about either of them, but I'm hearing that Jasmine Crockett was a darling of the left until a white guy came along. That seems to be sort of the state of this debate. I don't know much about either of them. What I can tell about the politics of both of them is I don't like either of them.
Yeah.
But what is the state of play here in this race?
Yeah.
Why do you think this race is getting so much attention?
And by the way, Did we just forget about Talarico lying about inventing the oof sound effect from Roblox?
They actually modeled the Roblox character off of him, so he can deserve some credit for that. But God, his hair looks so fucking stupid. But anyways, I'm obviously supporting Jasmine Crockett completely, and I have maxed out her campaign out of a principled opposition to pillarized politics. I don't think that we should have a Christian Democratic Party in the United States. Yeah. I don't want us to become the Netherlands. So that's just that's like my kind of like Enlightenment era opposition to her. He's completely unacceptable to me. I'd vote for James Paxton over him on that basis. But anyways, we don't want to have like fucking separation of church and state. It's just because you're fucking slopulous, it doesn't make you any better, but whatever. I had some pride in Crockett because I had been making like these power rankings for the 2028 primary. I've been making them, I think, for about a year now. And I first had Crockett on those lists all the way back in May. And that was because I wanted to like get like on like the ground and like the grassroots of like what liberal people were thinking. So I started going to like the liberal base. So I started going to 2024 election denial sites, and I hacked my like phone, my TikTok algorithm. So it was all like edits of Kamala Harris dancing or whatever. Really concerning thing about that like honestly needs to be looked into. It turns out a lot of those like accounts, like the Stan accounts for Kamala Harris, that are like a lot of a surprising number of them are run by men, and they're not gay. And that is something that really like
oh no,
yeah, like and this is stuff like where they're like, oh, I wish that like she was my mean boss. I wish that she paid me slave wages to work in like her ice cream factory. I was like, okay, you're just like a gay man. That's just the type of stuff you're talking about. But then like this guy's like a straight man, and it's really upsetting to me.
That's very upsetting. That is very upsetting to learn.
Yeah, but I had to follow all those people to really get like on the pulse of like the post 2024 liberal mindset. And I started seeing Jasmine Crockett fucking everywhere. She was everywhere. Like, and like every time that like somebody would like be pissed off about like Chuck Schumer or some other shitty Democrat, they'd be like, I wish that like they were like, I wish that we had fighters. I wish we had more politicians like Bernie, AOC, and Jasmine Crockett. So I don't want this to say that like she was ever a left wing politician, because she wasn't. The fact that people do like Bernie or AOC does not mean they are left wing. They are both politicians are very popular among liberals now, even more so than the left, I think, at this point in some circles. But she was showing up everywhere. She like kind of denied the 2024 election. Something is wrong 2024. My favorite like Reddit subreddit of all time. That's the election denial subreddit. I really love the name Something is Wrong 2024. What's wrong? We don't really know, but something is wrong. And we better, yeah. But they were all really into her. Like they always liked her. She like said that Trump was allegedly elected. And what was fascinating about this was it wasn't just like she was constantly going viral and was one of the top fundraisers in the party over like calling shit like she called Greg Abbott Governor Hot Wheels like in a speech.
That was
okay. Now I'm coming around to Jasmine Crockett, to be honest.
And the really cool thing I saw lately is that the Abbott campaign is doing their own like Hillary woman card stunt where they're like sending out like bumper stickers for Governor Hot Wheels, which admittedly is kind of a cool name, but like that was what she was known for, and everybody loved it. She was a top 25 fundraiser on Act Blue. She raised like I think like millions and millions of dollars over the course of the year. And what happens is that you have in Texas, you have this increasingly important Senate race. I'm not going to be like a Blexus guy. I did write an article going over like the state of like the race. It's less of like a race that Democrats really can win and more one that they have to win if they're going to compete in the Senate. And it's probably their most likely really red state pickup because of the disproportionate losses that Trump has seen with Latinos and young voters.
You think that like there is a chance that they can flip that seat?
It's like, it's more like,
or is it a long shot?
It's more like they have to flip it if they're going to win the Senate, because what happened in 2024 is that you saw a lot of swings with Latinos and young voters and not a lot of swinging with older and white voters. And that's why you had states like Wisconsin that were still within a point, while Texas was voting R+13 and Florida was like R+12. What's happened since then is a lot the same voters who didn't swing a lot between 2020 and 2024, the old white like unks and people like that, more college educated voters, high propensity voters, they also haven't swung a lot now. So states like Michigan or Wisconsin are only polling around like D+3 when they were like R+1 or R+2 in 2024. So those states are very static. And that puts a bit of a lid on their chances to win in Iowa or Ohio, which I think Ohio was closer than Texas, but the number of voters who are really swinging back and forth is a lot smaller there than it is in Texas. So your ceiling is higher there, and your ceiling is higher. It's really just there. Maybe like Arizona could be easier because they're like the other really Latino state is Florida, and that's a fucking lost cause. But with Texas, like that is, I think that there has been some polling, especially if Ken Paxton becomes the Republican nominee, and the odds of that are a bit likely. I think a lot more likely because Trump endorsed all three candidates in the race instead of going with Cornyn, who like was really banking on endorsement from Trump and doesn't look like he's going to get it. So this could be a well and truly competitive race. And Democrats, like at the start, like in the middle of 2025, they had Colin Allred, who had run in 2024 like this very like a DC like kind of lab grown candidate. He used to play in the NFL. He represented a suburban district. He ran on a very moderate track record, and he lost to Cruz, but he did a lot better than Harris did. I wouldn't say he ran a bad campaign, but he wasn't terrible as a candidate. And Tallarico was in the race, I think, starting around September, and he was kind of like the flashy, buzzy internet candidate. And Crockett doesn't enter the race until November. But the fascinating thing with that is that Crockett, without even entering the race, Crockett, without even spending any money on ads, without being a declared Senate candidate, and against other candidates who have like Beto O'Rourke, who was a national celebrity, who they also polled as a potential candidate here, she was leading before entering the primary every single candidate with numbers like that would have allowed her to win in the first round with more than a majority of the vote. And there was like a lot of organic stuff around Crockett, like a lot of those, like she constantly went viral. Everybody loved the Governor Hot Wheels stuff and like beach blonde, bad built, butch body, like that thing in 2024. She got that trademarked if you want to like really get the sense of who she is.
Instantly sold t-shirts.
Yeah. It forced Marjorie Taylor Greene out. So like, I mean, what can we say? There's also a huge AI generated like world around her, like AI bots making politics videos on YouTube that are like 45 minutes long. I absolutely love her. And if you search Jasmine Crockett on YouTube, you will find lots of like hour-long videos about her debates with like John Roberts, which is a pretty sophisticated like kind of choice actually. She debates with JD Vance all the time, Caroline Leavitt. One time I went into the vet and I heard one of the people behind the counter listening to one of those videos, and that's when I knew she could really be the real deal. So she has this self-perpetuating media like kind of thing around her that no other politician besides maybe Trump really has, certainly no other Democrat has. And it really succeeded in boosting her name recognition to the point when she was actually leading when she was entering the race in November, which was pretty late. She only had like 4 months to campaign.
Sorry, I just looked up Jasmine Crockett on YouTube, and the best title of a video I have here. This comes courtesy of Federal Affairs Desk.
Yeah,
Jasmine Crockett unsealed Trump's high school IQ score. Trump saw the number and screamed.
Yeah, how many views does that have?
Platonic ideal of politics, AI Slobcon.
Yeah.
High school IQ score.
High school IQ score.
And then she delivers the line that lands. The issue isn't that it's low, she says. The issue is that it's ordinary. And he spent decades insisting ordinary was impossible for him. The audience breaks into applause. Colbert removes his glasses, visibly surprised, and lets the reaction settle.
How many views does that have?
Oh, probably like I closed
70
it.
million.
Yeah, 700,000 or something. Yeah, that actually did happen. Actually, the AI was just reporting on like an event, but a lot of it is fake. But what has been fascinating to me, and I kind of wrote like an update to my power rankings when she entered the race, and I had her very high up because I thought she'd really captured like a certain zeitgeist that I had been kind of writing about like really since the like stuff like her popularity boost and the rise of Newsom. And this is something that I would like to scream to any like of those like self-described centrists at any chance I could. The dividing line between the party is not really like what it was in 2016, where you have an organized left against an establishment center. The establishment centrist candidates exist, but their base of older voters, black voters, like people who really watch cable news, like sometimes more college-educated voters, they are no longer backing the Josh Shapiros and Colin Allreds of the world. They have gotten into the Gavin Newsoms and Jasmine Crockett's, and it's really only the left that has really remained consistent in its sort of approach, where they were running Bernie type campaigns 2020, 2016, and they're still running stuff off of that playbook, like even returning more so to that playbook, I would say, with the way Zoran ran his election. Like there's still like this kind of ability for elite level like influencers such as yourself or other people to kind of influence the way that like left-wing voters behave and the way their candidates act. With the center, things have just gone fucking total. Like the plane has crashed into the mountain with them. They are just, it is completely
the Chilean soccer team situation. Yeah.
Like they have their voters, their base of voters has just gotten completely into like the AI world of politics. It is all like Gavin Newsom, all Jasmine Crockett, all of that stuff all the time. The kind of reasonable, electable appeal. They are just really done with that, and it holds no interest in them. They don't want another Biden. And their conclusion to that isn't that like, oh, we should go with the left. They warned of this. They were right. They're like, I want somebody who just like owns Jasmine Crockett, owns John Roberts, and unseals Trump's IQ scores on YouTube. Because as far as they're concerned, that's what's happening. But what has happened since then has been really interesting because her campaign has been a fucking disaster. Like she has hardly been able to hold rallies. She had that really infamous ad where like it was just a video of her staring at the camera while Trump talked about her. That was her opening thing. And she's done terribly with fundraising, which was something I didn't expect, because when she was running for her House district, like an uncompetitive House district, she was raising a lot more money than she's raised in a race for a very competitive and important Senate seat. So I think that there's a little bit of over-indexing people have taken because of the popularity of Tallarico among like establishment sort of social media. Like he's like an Instagram candidate, and while she's like the ChatGPT candidate in a sense.
Like, what if anything is the difference between Tallarico and Crockett's like agenda or policies or view of their place in the Democratic Party? Like, what are they running on? Like, is there any actual policy dispute between them?
It's more of an electoral difference because Tallarico takes kind of what at this point has become sort of a more common sense understanding of how to win elections. Because like it's less about like Bernie versus Hillary, like 2016 policy debates, and more like something like Stacey Abrams versus everyone else, where like I would say Crockett is kind of like a successor of Abrams, who's from my state, and I've had to know her very well, like as somebody who's like been the nominee for governor here twice and lost. And she like kind of presented this kind of like this really elaborate, like it's not elaborate, but like this kind of politics as cope, like for the centrist or center left people who are just self-identified Democrats, but don't like want to concede to anybody in either direction. It's the idea that you can't win people. Swing voters don't exist. You can't win anybody because people are very ideological and ideologically conservative. So if you run on left-wing positions, you're going to lose. But you can't run to the center. That's a pointless exercise because like Republicans are all like totally dedicated and hardcore. So like that isn't necessarily what they like. Like they didn't support Biden when he was running in 2019. These people generally liked Kamala. The idea is that you can just win by increasing turnout. And that is the argument that they're making for Crockett. And she is like somebody who like, it's the idea that you can only, it's a unique sort of idea because it does originate from Georgia, like a state where there is like a huge minority population that at some points in time doesn't vote for as like to their percentage of their population. So with Abrams, there was a plausible-ish enough argument that you could win elections in Georgia by increasing the black vote because it's like 33% of the population here. In Texas, Crockett has sort of imported that argument, but it's the idea we don't need white voters, we don't need Latino voters. Like I think she said something fucking insane about Latino voters.
We don't need Latino voters in Texas.
Yeah, because she said like she said we need illegal immigrants in this country because we done picking cotton, which is like kind of
yeah. Okay, you're right.
She said that Latinos have a slave mentality, like the ones who voted for Trump. So she's not interested in winning them over. You don't really need white voters are all obviously terrible, like so you don't need to win them. So the idea is like you just win off of increasing base turnout, like which means black voters. And that's not like a viable strategy in Texas. But it's really the only way she's oriented herself because like she's like her whole like career since she entered the House in 2022 is just, it was about her and it was about her becoming a celebrity. And then now when you're running for the Senate, you have a particular kind of position of responsibility. And like she's just trying to synthesize her like kind of narcissistic career focus with like the reality that you have to win a district. And the difference between her and Tallarico, who like I would say is like fun, like he's like really kind of like become the face of like shape shifting left slopulism. He's like a guy who took money from the Adelsons who's now talking about like I don't fuck with Israel because I'm a Christian, actually, which again is totally inappropriate politics. Your religion should not be influencing your political beliefs. That is completely unacceptable.
Well, you know, as we've long been known as one of the number one Nietzschean podcasts in existence, and I can't support Tallarico because he is an adherent to slave morality.
Yes.
And I'm not talking about Latinos in Texas either.
That's how we can win them, because they both have slave mentalities. This new rising star. But yeah, well, what's interesting is that there is sort of the voters have been kind of willing to discern between liking her as a cheerleader and actually seeing her as a leader. And it's interesting because it looked like she was kind of on a glide path to winning. But she's had to like get into this really negative campaign lately. Like, I don't know if you like Alred, the previous Senate candidate, I think this is as much of an example of how the traditional center has just kind of died, been cannibalized by like AI liberal slop YouTube than anything else. He had to drop out the day that Crockett entered because his bid wasn't viable because she was eating up his entire base of old people and black voters. And he eventually did endorse her in this really bizarre video. I think I don't know if like you've seen this or if you guys have seen this, but it's a very important video to me because he like recorded it after working out, like in his garage, and he had steam coming off of his head, and he noticed it after he started the video, and he said, I have steam coming off my head. That's because I was working out, but I'm also so mad that I might as well have real steam coming off of my head."
How did he not win?
Yeah. This guy outran Kamala by like 6 points, but so there's like an appeal here. He won a lot of those Rio Grande Valley like Latino areas that Kamala lost. So I don't know, maybe we have something to learn. And but that is a real like statement from him. That's like how he opened the video. But he endorsed Crockett because like this kind of like army of influencers, like somebody like alleged that it's a really funny quote because it ended up being true. Because when I heard this, I thought it was the fakest thing I've ever heard in my life. It was that Tallarico said, "I have to run against such a strong, independent black woman like Crockett. I wish I could run against a mediocre black man like Colin Alred." Which
that's like Tyler Perry dialogue.
Yeah.
Shamar Moore would be like the heroic campaign manager.
Yeah. Who gets like the two candidates together. Yeah. Because Alred did endorse Crockett after this. And I thought that was the fakest thing I'd ever heard in my life because I'm like, her campaign obviously made that up and included a compliment towards her, like to make it sound like so she wouldn't be upset, like because she always needs to be like her excellence always needs to be like validated, even in like a slander quote that like they use to try to like get this candidate to endorse them. But it turns out he had to apologize for it because he did say something along those lines. So like his argument was that he didn't say that he was a mediocre black man, but a mediocre politician. So that was like, so that was like several weeks of controversy. Now he's getting that big boost because he's saying that the FCC tried to take him off Colbert. And it's funny. Right. Crockett's response to that is cool because she said like they should have taken you off Colbert, you fucking white boy bitch ass. Like this is right. And you're lying.
Josh, do you feel this way that I do with Crockett, where it's like, God, I wish your beliefs were just at least like kind of good because you're so awesome as a person.
Yeah, Spencer said this to me. She would not be a good president. She would be an amazing dictator.
Yeah. If she was like halfway there to where I am, I would like give my life to make her American Tito.
Yeah, if she went to Munich, she would not be trying to impress any of those fucking like Atlanticist people by talking about the transatlantic partnership. She would be like calling fucking like Trump like a bitch ass. She'd be calling a Putin like a fucking, I don't know what she'd be saying. I need like anti-CIA, anti-imperialist Jasmine Crockett. She calls J. Hoover a gay boy.
Yeah, she calls Schultz like a running dog DL.
if I could transition, we've had you on bring up Crockett and Josh. I did want to get you to lay out what is the state of play in this Texas Senate race.
Yeah.
'Cause I'm seeing on the Democratic side, there's a lot of juice right now between this guy James Tallarico and Jasmine Crockett. And the thing is, I don't know much about either of them, but I'm hearing that Jasmine Crockett was a darling of the left until a white guy came along. That seems to be sort of the state of this debate. I don't know much about either of them. What I can tell about the politics of both of them is I don't like either of them.
Yeah.
But what is the state of play here in this race?
Yeah.
Why do you think this race is getting so much attention?
And by the way, did we just forget about Tallarico lying about inventing the oof sound effect for Roblox?
They actually modeled the Roblox character off of him, so he can deserve some credit for that. But God, his hair looks so fucking stupid. But anyways, I'm obviously supporting Jasmine Crockett completely, and I have maxed out her campaign out of a principled opposition to pillarized politics. I don't think that we should have a Christian Democratic Party in the United States. Yeah. I don't want us to become the Netherlands. So that's just that's my kind of Enlightenment era opposition to her. He's completely unacceptable to me. I'd vote for James Paxton over him on that basis. But anyways, we don't want to have fucking separation of church and state. It's just because you're fucking slopulous, it doesn't make you any better. But whatever. I had some pride in Crockett because I had been making these power rankings for the 2028 primary. I've been making them, I think, for about a year now. And I first had Crockett on those lists all the way back in May. And that was because I wanted to get on the ground and the grassroots of what liberal people were thinking. So I started going to the liberal base. So I started going to 2024 election denial sites, and I hacked my phone, my TikTok algorithm. So it was all edits of Kamala Harris dancing or whatever. Really concerning thing about that honestly needs to be looked into. It turns out a lot of those accounts, the stan accounts for Kamala Harris, that are a lot of a surprising number of them are run by men, and they're not gay. And that is something that really
oh no.
Yeah. And this is stuff where they're oh, I wish that she was my mean boss. I wish that she paid me slave wages to work in her ice cream factory. I was okay, you're just a gay man. That's just the type of stuff you're talking about. But then this guy's a straight man, and it's really upsetting to me.
That's very upsetting. That is very upsetting to learn.
Yeah, but I had to follow all those people to really get on the pulse of the post 2024 liberal mindset. And I started seeing Jasmine Crockett fucking everywhere. She was everywhere. And every time that somebody would be pissed off about Chuck Schumer or some other shitty Democrat, they'd be I wish that they were I wish that we had fighters. I wish we had more politicians like Bernie, AOC, and Jasmine Crockett. So I don't want this to say that she was ever a left wing politician, because she wasn't. The fact that people do like Bernie or AOC does not mean they are left wing. They are both politicians are very popular among liberals now. Even more so than the left, I think, at this point in some circles. But she was showing up everywhere. She kind of denied the 2024 election. Something is wrong 2024. My favorite Reddit subreddit of all time. That's the election denial subreddit. I really love the name Something is Wrong 2024. What's wrong? We don't really know, but something is wrong. And we better. Yeah. But they were all really into her. They always liked her. She said that Trump was allegedly elected. And what was fascinating about this was it wasn't just she was constantly going viral and was one of the top fundraisers in the party over calling shit she called Greg Abbott Governor Hot Wheels in a speech.
That was
okay. Now I'm coming around to Jasmine Crockett, to be honest.
And the really cool thing I saw lately is that the Abbott campaign is doing their own Hillary woman card stunt, where they're sending out bumper stickers for Governor Hot Wheels, which admittedly is kind of a cool name, but that was what she was known for, and everybody loved it. She was a top 25 fundraiser on Act Blue. She raised I think millions and millions of dollars over the course of the year. And what happens is that you have in Texas, you have this increasingly important Senate race. I'm not going to be a Blexus guy. I did write an article going over the state of the race. It's less of a race that Democrats really can win, and more one that they have to win if they're going to compete in the Senate. And it's probably their most likely really red state pickup because of the disproportionate losses that Trump has seen with Latinos.
So you think that there is a chance that they can flip that seat?
It's it's more
or is it a long shot?
It's more like they have to flip it if they're going to win the Senate, because what happened in 2024 is that you saw a lot of swings with Latinos and young voters and not a lot of swinging with older and white voters. And that's why you had states like Wisconsin that were still within a point, while Texas was voting R+13 and Florida was like R+12. What's happened since then is a lot of the same voters who didn't swing a lot between 2020 and 2024, the old white like unks and people like that, more college educated voters, high propensity voters, they also haven't swung a lot now. So states like Michigan or Wisconsin are only polling around like D+3 when they were like R+1 or R+2 in 2024. So those states are very static, and that puts a bit of a lid on their chances to win in Iowa or Ohio, which I think Ohio was closer than Texas, but the number of voters who are really swinging back and forth is a lot smaller there than it is in Texas. So your ceiling is higher there, and your ceiling is higher. It's really just there. Maybe like Arizona could be easier because they're like the other really Latino state is Florida, and that's a fucking lost cause. But with Texas, like that is, I think that there has been some polling, especially if Ken Paxton becomes the Republican nominee, and the odds of that are a bit likely. I think a lot more likely because Trump endorsed all three candidates in the race instead of going with Cornyn, who like was really banking on endorsement from Trump and doesn't look like he's going to get it. So this could be a well and truly competitive race. And Democrats, like at the start, like in the middle of 2025, they had Colin Allred, who had run in 2024 like this very like DC like kind of lab-grown candidate. He used to play in the NFL. He represented a suburban district. He ran on a very moderate track record, and he lost to Cruz, but he did a lot better than Harris did. I wouldn't say he ran a bad campaign, but he wasn't terrible as a candidate. And Tallarico was in the race, I think, starting around September, and he was kind of like the flashy, buzzy internet candidate. And Crockett doesn't enter the race until November. But the fascinating thing with that is that Crockett, without even entering the race, Crockett, without even spending any money on ads, without being a declared Senate candidate, and against other candidates who have like Beto O'Rourke, who was a national celebrity, who they also polled as a potential candidate here, she was leading before entering the primary every single candidate with numbers like that would have allowed her to win in the first round with more than a majority of the vote. And there was like a lot of organic stuff around Crockett, like a lot of those, like she constantly went viral. Everybody loved the Governor Hot Wheels stuff and like beach blonde, bad built, butch body, like that thing in 2024. She got that trademarked if you want to like really get the sense of who she is.
Instantly sold t-shirts.
Yeah. It forced Marjorie Taylor Greene out. So like, I mean, what can we say? There's also a huge AI generated like world around her, like AI bots making politics videos on YouTube that are like 45 minutes long. I absolutely love her. And if you search Jasmine Crockett on YouTube, you will find lots of like hour-long videos about her debates with like John Roberts, which is a pretty sophisticated like kind of choice actually. She debates with JD Vance all the time, Caroline Leavitt. One time I went into the vet and I heard one of the people behind the counter listening to one of those videos, and that's when I knew she could really be the real deal. So she has this self-perpetuating media like kind of thing around her that no other politician besides maybe Trump really has, certainly no other Democrat has. And it really succeeded in boosting her name recognition to the point when she was actually leading when she was entering the race in November, which was pretty late. She only had like 4 months to campaign.
Sorry, I just looked up Jasmine Crockett on YouTube, and the best title of a video I have here. This comes courtesy of Federal Affairs Desk.
Yeah,
Jasmine Crockett unsealed Trump's high school IQ score. Trump saw the number and screamed.
Yeah, how many views does that have?
Platonic ideal of politics AI slop.
Yeah.
High school IQ score.
High school IQ score.
And then she delivers the line that lands. The issue isn't that it's low, she says. The issue is that it's ordinary. And he spent decades insisting ordinary was impossible for him. The audience breaks into applause. Colbert removes his glasses, visibly surprised, and lets the reaction settle.
How many views does that have?
Oh, probably I closed
70 million.
Yeah, 700,000 or something. Yeah, that actually did happen. Actually, the AI was just reporting on like an event, but a lot of it is fake. But what has been fascinating to me, and I kind of wrote like an update to my power rankings when she entered the race, and I had her very high up because I thought she'd really captured like a certain zeitgeist that I had been kind of writing about, like really since the like stuff like her popularity boost and the rise of Newsom. And this is something that I would like to scream to any like of those like self-described centrists at any chance I could. The dividing line between the party is not really like what it was in 2016, where you have an organized left against an establishment center. The establishment centrist candidates exist, but their base of older voters, black voters, like people who really watch cable news, like sometimes more college-educated voters, they are no longer backing the Josh Shapiros and Colin Alreds of the world. They have gotten into the Gavin Newsoms and Jasmine Crockett's, and it's really only the left that has really remained consistent in its sort of approach, where they were running Bernie-type campaigns 2020, 2016, and they're still running stuff off of that playbook, like even returning more so to that playbook, I would say, with the way Zoran ran his election. There's still like this kind of ability for elite level like influencers such as yourself or other people to kind of influence the way that like left-wing voters behave and the way their candidates act. With the center, things have just gone fucking total, like the plane has crashed into the mountain with them. They are just, it is completely
the Chilean soccer team situation. Yeah.
Like they have their voters, their base of voters has just gotten completely into like the AI world of politics. It is all like Gavin Newsom, all Jasmine Crockett, all of that stuff all the time. The kind of reasonable electable appeal, they are just really done with that, and it holds no interest in them. They don't want another Biden, and their conclusion to that isn't that like, oh, we should go with the left. They warned of this. They were right. They're like, I want somebody who just like owns Jasmine Crockett, owns John Roberts, and unseals Trump's IQ scores on YouTube. Because as far as they're concerned, that's what's happening. But what has happened since then has been really interesting, because her campaign has been a fucking disaster. Like, she has hardly been able to hold rallies. She had that really infamous ad where like it was just a video of her staring at the camera while Trump talked about her. That was her opening thing. And she's done terribly with fundraising, which was something I didn't expect, because when she was running for her House district, like an uncompetitive House district, she was raising a lot more money than she's raised in a race for a very competitive and important Senate seat. So I think that there's a little bit of over-indexing people have taken because of the popularity of Tallarico among like establishment sort of social media. Like he's like an Instagram candidate, and while she's like the ChatGPT candidate in a sense.
Because what if anything is the difference between Tallarico and Crockett's like agenda or policies or view of their place in the Democratic Party? Like, what are they running on? Like, is there any actual policy dispute between them?
It's more of an electoral difference, because Tallarico takes kind of what at this point has become sort of a more common sense understanding of how to win elections. Because like it's less about like Bernie versus Hillary, like 2016 policy debates, and more like something like Stacey Abrams versus everyone else, where like I would say Crockett is kind of like a successor of Abrams, who's from my state, and I've had to know her very well, like as somebody who's like been the nominee for governor here twice and lost. And she like kind of presented this kind of like this really elaborate, like it's not elaborate, but like this kind of politics as cope, like for the centrist or center left people who are just self-identified Democrats, but don't like want to concede to anybody in either direction. It's the idea that you can't win people. Swing voters don't exist. You can't win anybody because people are very ideological and ideologically conservative. So if you run on left-wing positions, you're going to lose. But you can't run to the center. That's a pointless exercise because like Republicans are all like totally dedicated and hardcore. So like that isn't necessarily what they like. Like they didn't support Biden when he was running in 2019. These people generally liked Kamala. The idea is that you can just win by increasing turnout. And that is the argument that they're making for Crockett. And she is like somebody who like, it's the idea that you can only, it's a unique sort of idea because it does originate from Georgia, like a state where there is like a huge minority population that at some points in time doesn't vote for as like to their percentage of their population. So with Abrams, there was a plausible-ish enough argument that you could win elections in Georgia by increasing the black vote, because it's like 33% of the population here. In Texas, Crockett has sort of imported that argument, but it's the idea we don't need white voters, we don't need Latino voters. Like I think she said something fucking insane about Latino voters.
We don't need Latino voters in Texas.
Yeah, because she said like she said we need illegal immigrants in this country because We Done Picking Cotton, which is like kind of
yeah. Okay, all right.
She said that Latinos have a slave mentality, like the ones who voted for Trump. So she's not interested in winning them over. You don't really need white voters are all obviously terrible, like so you don't need to win them. So the idea is like you just win off of increasing base turnout, like which means black voters, and that's not like a viable strategy in Texas. But it's really the only way she's oriented herself, because like she's like her whole like career since she entered the House in 2022 is just it was about her, and it was about her becoming a celebrity. And then now when you're running for the Senate, you have a particular kind of position of responsibility, and like she's just trying to synthesize her like kind of narcissistic career focus with like the reality that you have to win a district. And the difference between her and Tallarico, who like I would say is like fun, like he's like really kind of like become the face of like shape shifting left slopulism. He's like a guy who took money from the Adelsons, who's now talking about like I don't fuck with Israel because I'm a Christian, actually, which again is totally inappropriate politics. Your religion should not be influencing your political beliefs. That is completely unacceptable.
Well, we've long been known as one of the number one Nietzschean podcasts in existence, and I can't support Tallarico because he is an adherent to slave morality.
Yes.
And I'm not talking about Latinos in Texas either.
That's how we can win them, because they both have slave mentalities. This new rising star. But yeah, well, what's interesting is that there is sort of the voters have been kind of willing to discern between liking her as a cheerleader and actually seeing her as a leader. And it's interesting because it looked like she was kind of on a glide path to winning. She's had to like get into this really negative campaign lately. Like, I don't know if you like Alred, the previous Senate candidate, I think this is as much of an example of how the traditional center has just kind of died, been cannibalized by like AI liberal slop YouTube than anything else. He had to drop out the day that Crockett entered because his bid wasn't viable because she was eating up his entire base of old people and black voters. And he eventually did endorse her. And this really bizarre video, I don't know if like you've seen this or if you guys have seen this, but it's a very important video to me because he like recorded it after working out, like in his garage, and he had steam coming off of his head, and he noticed it after he started the video, and he said, I have steam coming off my head. That's because I was working out, but I'm also so mad that I might as well have real steam coming off of my head.
How did he not win?
Yeah. This guy outran Kamala by like 6 points, but so there's like an appeal here. He won a lot of those Rio Grande Valley like Latino areas that Kamala lost. So I don't know, maybe we have something to learn. And but that is a real like statement from him. That's like how he opened the video. But he endorsed Crockett because like this kind of like army of influencers, like somebody like alleged that it's a really funny quote because it ended up being true. Because when I heard this, I thought it was the fakest thing I've ever heard in my life. It was that Tallarico said, I have to run against such a strong, independent black woman like Crockett. I wish I could run against a mediocre black man like Colin Alred. Which
that's like Tyler Perry dialogue.
Yeah.
Shamar Moore would be like the heroic campaign manager.
Yeah. Who gets like the two candidates together. Yeah. Because Alred did endorse Crockett after this. And I thought that was the fakest thing I'd ever heard in my life because I'm like, her campaign obviously made that up and included a compliment towards her, like to make it sound like so she wouldn't be upset, like because she always needs to be like her excellence always needs to be like validated, even in like
south side of Chicago. In but a few weeks, you have been lucky enough to have been granted access inside behind the veil of this sacred building and institution. And I would just like to begin with like your perspective as someone who studies architecture, who is very familiar with it. I'm just going to say right off the bat that even by the standards of presidential libraries, the Obama building is one of the most evil looking structures I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's for a long time that record was held by Lyndon B. Johnson's presidential library, which is like a brutalist. I don't even know how to describe it. It is just like a hulking kind of windowless, strange library.
I was gonna compare the Obama library to the Lyndon B. Johnson presidential library at the University of Texas because it's the only presidential library I've been to. And speaking for myself, I thought I kind of liked the building, and I think it's actually like a really excellent museum as well.
Yeah, I think that's a great building. When the Lyndon B. Johnson one. When it was built, it was so funny. There was an architecture critic, Charles Jenks, who called it a malapropism. Too tall, too wide, too narrow. Somehow got everything wrong, and it's funny how like we revisit these things.
It was a tribute to the former president's famous genitals, his famously large genitals. Yeah,
absolutely.
Totally. Yeah, too big, too wide.
Lyndon B. Johnson, he was thought of as sort of like the Brian Pumper of his day.
Absolutely.
If you read Robert Caro's books, he actually, the way he beat Coke Stevenson, segregationists, like they say it's all the election, but Johnson was famous for just driving around Johnson County, Texas, the seat of his power, and on an 8mm camera, recording himself cracking eggs on women's heads. And he actually invented the bag dance. And there's actually Robert Caro. A lot of people think Robert Caro is done, but he's actually writing the follow-up to the Lyndon. He's writing the years of Brian Pumper, because Brian Pumper is actually a descendant of Lyndon Johnson.
Okay, but before we get into the specifics of what's being called the Obama list, I'm wondering, like, could you provide some perspective on both architecturally, politically, culturally, the role of the presidential library in American life? Or like, how did this begin? Like, how did this standard get set? Where as soon as you leave office, you have to like break ground on what will essentially be, I guess, like on its face, something to house your public records for future historians, like to archive for the public record your presidency, but also essentially, let's be honest, to create like a living monument to how good a president you are in museum form.
Yeah, so actually the very first presidential library was for Franklin D.
Like, how can Democrats question, Donald Trump's personal character and integrity if they run a guy for Senate who's, showing his dick to women and acting crazy and seeming like sort of an unhinged ex-boyfriend and possible dick pics out there. But then again, this is being contrasted with Ken Paxton winning a Republican primary.
Yeah.
And Ben, I know you're from Texas. Like I was looking into the Ken Paxton, like the fact that he allowed this child molester to serve like a day in jail. And I was like, there's got to be more to this case. It can't be what it seems. And like essentially what it is like the first trial resulted in a mistrial.
Oh, okay.
And then it was a question of, do we prosecute this case again and potentially re-traumatize the victim? At least this is the justification being given for why a guy who, molested a 9-year-old got like a day in jail and doesn't have to register as a sex offender. This is the argument being made by Ken Paxton and like his prosecutors. But like I said, for a guy running for office, that's a very bad look. That's a very bad look if that happens like under your authority. Under your authority.
Yeah, I mean, Texas is actually very like weak on crime. Weirdly, like
very certain kinds of crimes.
Like they only execute people who haven't done anything wrong, and then they let everybody else walk. Like Henry Lee Lucas was the only person that I think when George Bush was the governor, he pardoned Henry Lee Lucas. And Henry Lee Lucas is like, I'm in the fingers of death cult, and we cooked people in a big pot like Albert Fish. And like, it was like, I'm imagining Henry Lee Lucas appearing before George Bush, like that scene in Shawshank Redemption when he just tells him to go fuck himself and then he gets acquitted somehow, and he gets to walk. Like, he's like, we cut people's head off. We went bowling with him. And Otis O'Toole's there. He's all cockeyed. He looks like the fat guy from Laurel and Hardy. And they're talking about how they killed hundreds and hundreds of people. And for whatever reason, George Bush does not give him the death penalty. And this is like a common thing in Texas for whatever reason. I don't know what it is, but yeah. So I'm honestly, I'm not shocked there, because was that an attorney that did that, the Ken Paxton thing?
Yeah, I mean, it was his prosecutor's office that they screwed up the original case that resulted in a mistrial, and like and then it's a question of like, these cases are hard to prosecute because like when you have a victim that's that young. Oftentimes, like their recollection of events, like it's very, and then like the question is like they're hiding behind the idea that they didn't want to re-traumatize this kid by putting him through a second trial.
They love that line. They did that with the Epstein stuff. They said that they were slow walking it because they didn't want to re-traumatize the victims. Their favorite thing, the victims.
But like this is not the only thing with Ken Paxton. I mean, aside from this fairly horrendous case, and like at the end of the day, like this is a guy who like is an admitted child molester who, like I said, spent like less than a month in prison and is now just free and doesn't have to register as a sex offender. But like Ken Paxton has a lot of other nasty shit too. Like you want to talk about, he was cheating on his wife. He was using state funds for all kinds of corrupt shit, and his eye looks weird. He's got like a fucking fucked up lazy eye. How could you vote for someone like that?
Disgusting. I love when someone's a bad guy and you get to like attack them for how they look and feel totally fine about it.
There's nothing better.
Oh, he should be wearing an eye patch. This is the first time I've seen a picture of him. Yeah. He should go Dan Crenshaw mode. They should be rocking. They should both be rocking eye patches. He's got a Popeye thing going on.
Oh yeah, he kind of does. He what is that weird stuff that people would take to make it so their jaw has hypertrophy? Maybe he's doing that.
Maybe he's look maxing.
Yeah.
So I'm like my roots are deep into Texas, and my great grandfather was a Cicero Millsap. And he was just one of those guys in East Texas, like, have you read like The Empire of the Summer Moon, like stuff like that? Like these guys were going around and just taking out like tribes of Native Americans. And he was like very successful and he killed a lot of them. What's funny is like he accidentally, like in the middle of the night, he was really drunk apparently, and he like woke up out of his bed and he thought he heard something outside, and he grabbed his revolver that he kept under his pillow and he blew his own head off.
That is same school of thought as Graham Plattner's strategy for home intruder. Like, I'm gonna traumatize you so badly that you're not gonna fucking take anything, asshole.
I am picturing Plattner, by the way, dance around with the axe, but he's never even heard of like Huey Lewis in the news. So it's just white noise. He's not cultured enough.
Yeah.
He's wearing one of those nice, he's wearing one of those nice, like lobsterman sort of marine sort of rain slickers,
Yeah. When I think about like where I'm from in Texas and stuff, it's like, the Cicero Millsap thing kind of rings like deep on some deeper level to me, because like once you run out of enemies, there's nothing left to do except, I guess, like accidentally blow your own head off. They won. So like you kind of have to keep inventing enemies. I guess you'll just like at 3 a.m. like stumble to the window, mumbling some sort of slur. Be like, who's in the bush? And then like you literally like Looney Tunes style blow your own head off.
I think Greg Grandin, one of his books is about that, about that phenomenon.
Yeah. Ben, last time we spoke, we talked a lot about Texas because I always, you and Jake from Penteo time, I consider you our nation's foremost experts in Texas.
I'm going to Jake's wedding on Saturday.
Oh, congratulations, Jake.
Yeah, please give Jake and his bride our best regards.
Of course.
So the Paxton case, I wanted to talk to you about it specifically because, I mean, like, obviously, like the idea of someone in a position of power protecting a pedophile, like they know, is nothing new. It happens fucking everywhere. Pedophile, rapist, whatever.
Yeah, and you could find journalists that proudly defend them for what it seems to be like nothing, like the Michael Hastings, the Michael. Why did I confuse him with an actual journalist? Michael Tracy. Sorry.
Oh yeah. Well, he just like anything, whatever will get him the maximum yelled at, he will do. Like, he is just an all-purpose contrarian. He just, like, you can't stop him.
He's trying to get people to fight him outside the Hampton Inn in Washington, D.C. at like 2 a.m. It's like he's staying at hotels for like $89 a night, like on Hotel Tonight. And like, I don't know, like, why is he doing this just for the love of the game? Like, he's not even getting the $7,000 checks per tweet, it seems.
But you got it. It is the love of the game. It is the love of like contrarianism. Like being yelled at.
he went to the reason for him being at the hotel and being yelled at was he went to something where I think Julie Brown, who wrote all those Miami Herald articles about Epstein like 25 years ago. She was there and he was like, you're a liar. And all these fucking probably like Alexander Vindman was like, I'm going to beat your ass. And he was just, here's my location, share your location, pussy. He's such a fucking funny person.
I mean, how much of this is like a humiliation fetish? I have started to wonder that about like many people's careers. Is they just like being pantsed every single day in the public eye,
Yeah. Yeah, it's got to be something like that. Like, I mean, the entire profession of journalism at this point is kind of like, I don't know, a profession for people who enjoy humiliation on some sort of sexual level, or they enjoy an act like public acts of self-abasement.
Yeah, I agree with that, and it just in different degrees. Like for Tracy, it manifests as like this constant need for contrarianism, no matter what. Like I have seen him do it about the wildest shit. I am pretty sure that like he was about to write a post that was like, has anyone like all the people who are criticizing the cops at Uvalde, why didn't the kids do something? And someone like stopped him, Oh, what? So they have no responsibility to trust them to get themselves to school, but they can't save their own lives?
Yeah.
And someone in his life was like, Michael, Jesus Christ, no.
Spencer suggests that Michael Tracy should become the only white Bill Cosby truther.
A few people have beaten him to that, believe you may. But to get back to our original thing, the rationale for people in positions of power who like let pedophiles and rapists and everything go is it's usually swept under the rug. But if they are confronted about it, it's usually some legalistic justification, like with Cyrus Vance and Harvey Weinstein, or if you could give them some truth serum and read their mind, it would be the same rationale that actual pedophiles and rapists give, which is, well, I'm not an actual pedophile like those guys. The famous clip of Jeffrey Epstein saying, I hate pedophiles. There is a little bit of that in all fucking predators. But it seems like this sort of stuff happens so much in Texas. And I specifically mean like these cover-ups. And these slow walkings when someone is friends with the right person or just they themselves are the person they have some amount of local power, and a shocking amount of people stand by them. And I was just, as best as you can figure out with your experiences as a Texas guy, do you think it's more of a traditional thing of that predator delusion that I don't like tie people down, I'm not like one of those? Or do you think there is something sort of specific to the myth and bullshit ethos of Texas where, we're totally independent and this sort of Taylor Sheridan, like all we have is, our friends on the ranch and people outside don't understand it. And sometimes you need a pedophile to let the worst pedophiles out.
That is like a funny concept of like, good can't defeat evil or it becomes evil. That's like a trope in storytelling. Like, so bad has to defeat evil. But I mean, Texas now, it's just like, I mean, it's kind of unrecognizable from the place I grew up. It's just like Buc-ee's everywhere and just infinite highways. And, I mean, like Texas is an interesting place because it's like the space itself is the bureaucratic system. Like things are so far apart, you can hide within it's like you can run a long time unseen despite no place to hide. Like there's no trees, there's no nothing. It's just dirt. Just because no one is like looking up, like from their, whatever the fuck they're like, people wear cowboy hats. They don't work on ranches. They drive big work trucks. They don't work blue collar jobs. And Post Malone and those guys have really capitalized on that. It's the Abercrombie and Fitchification of like cowboys, which only existed from 1850 to 1860. It was a 10-year like kind of blip. But you look at like, do you remember the Texas slave ranch that was like, this was like 1990 or 1980. This was,
oh yeah, I've heard of this. Yeah,
this was actually east of like Uvalde, and they would kidnap these people. They would like go to the border and get people and be like, "Oh, we'll pay you $10 a day to do X, Y, or Z." And then they'd get them to the ranch and they'd chain them up at night. And they were making little gift shop trinkets for decades. And it was a dad and his two sons were running it. And some guy finally escaped from it. And the people, like, there was a whole trial and everything, and they just walked. But they found like a dead body, like in a river.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus.
They found like bones and shit. Like they had been killing people. All to build like little snow globes that you could buy, like,
Jesus.
Like in a gift shop, like I don't even know where. Just like a little slide whistle or something. But it's like, it's just so funny to be like they're not like tilling land. They're not like, you know what I mean? They're making snow globes. And like that to me is like such an interesting thing of like, is this really the final product of the Industrial Revolution? Is like people in dark rooms, like making kazoos? Is this the end? This can't be the end. And then you go, well, at least there's going to be some justice that comes of it. And then if you look it up at all, the people walked and the judge said it was fine.
Under what precedent? Like how? It sounds like there were dozens of people, and surely they testified. Was it just did people like really love their trinkets? Were they like big figures in the town or something?
It says it was 1984, Mountain Home, Texas. I think this was east of Uvalde. 3,500 acre ranch. Yeah. Okay, I'm right about this. You know what's funny is like, okay, like let's look at like a bigger scale thing real quick. Like if you go over to Belgium, right? Like Marc Dutroux, like that guy, it was like barbarian shit. He had people in cages beneath his houses.
Yeah.
The police were coming. Like there was so much shit involved, and they were trying to delay the trial for like 15 years, and they were trying to sweep it under the rug and not let it happen. And thankfully,
like some of the people investigating that case end up being killed themselves.
Yes.
There's all kinds of demonic shit. That guy. For a country as small as Belgium, it was just sort of like they're really batting out of their fucking fighting out of their weight class for that one.
And the victims only got justice because the town, like, have you seen the videos of like NFL draft day when all the Goyim gather, like in a, they all leave their Savannah Bananas like baseball games and they walk.
They walk.
That's what the streets of Belgium look like. And they demanded a trial and they fired the judge and they got like a new DA and a whole thing. And they actually put the motherfucker behind bars. And like, that's what it takes. But if the people don't demand it. So again, when I look into these cases, like why did the guy with a 100-person slave ranch in 1984 not go to prison? It's because no one cares. It's because no one's holding anybody accountable for anything.
Yeah, that is central. Like, and this is not just specific to Texas, right? Like this is something we talked about 10 years ago because we were sort of seeing the start of it. That this idea that the average person would be so beaten down and pessimistic about anything and feel so alienated from any true political process that could actually affect their lives that they would just give up before they started. That there could never be anything like this. And obviously there have been instances of people surprising you. People will surprise you. And I really, I hate to ever just imply that all is lost. I think there is something especially like bad about doing that. If you have something that people listen to, it's at that point, just, stop doing it, kill yourself. But, going back to Uvalde, the few dozen people that actually were ready to do that were like the people in Belgium that you talk about. They were so isolated. No one else was willing to join them. And they just got stalked and harassed by those fucking pussy cops that wouldn't step foot inside the school. I mean, it is, again, not specific to Texas, but I do think Texas is the most extreme example of this just the dichotomy between like, if anyone comes here and fucks with us, blah blah blah, and
It's
then
like,
just
it's like try
taking
that,
it,
try
just
that,
taking it.
try that in a small town, but like what they're referring to, like try that, like don't try this in a
Yeah.
small town. It's like I don't know, disrespecting the flag or like not putting your hand over your heart for the national anthem. They're not talking about slavery or serial killing, serial murders, or expecting the cops to do something when like a school full of kids are getting riddled with bullets.
Dude, get this. Like, I grew up in Abilene, Texas, which is only relevant now because of the OpenAI data center that's being built there. And they had so much money that they would like make liquor stores close at a certain hour. They had a Hooters that was too close to the campus, like leave the city. They were like a gang that was roving around and making it, more Christian to be there. They have welcomed Sam Altman with open arms. They have welcomed the kiddie porn factory that is like OpenAI. It's draining all their resources, and as Jake would say, creating the Hitler computer. Like they have no problem with it as long as there's just not a Twin Peaks within 15 miles from campus and it's a dry county or whatever. Like
that's sort of dovetailing with another one of our favorite subjects, and again, not something specific to Texas, but something Texas excels at. Philo-Semitism. I think like the most extreme. We went on a road trip of the South when I was like 13, 14, and I don't know why the fuck we did it. It was me, my mom, and my dad. My brother and sister were already out of college, but my dad ruined the road trip for himself by reading the book Ghosts of Mississippi right before. So just every white he saw over 50, he was like, fucking piece of shit. But this is like 2004, like the height of global war on terror, and we like visibly Jewish. It was like we were greater than the troops, like everyone smiled at us. It was like they were seeing the real elves from Lord of the Rings. Yeah. I never felt, I was like, I should move here, but I sort of collect and read crazy Philo-Semite posts. I read one the other day from this woman who was like, I'm a shiksa, and then later in parentheses, I know that's a slur, but that's how I see myself. And it's basically this woman who isn't Jewish. She's married to like a non-observant Jewish guy, and she goes to she searched for like, who is the meanest rabbi within 100 miles of me, and went to one who would just be like, okay, stupid white fucking, fucking barnyard animal. Shut up, get out of my face. And she's like, it made me feel so much better to get called a stupid piece of shit who will never be Jewish by this guy. And Texas, they have the most extreme form of this. But I think at the core of at least American Philo-Semitism is it's self-hatred, right? If you've ever been close to someone who is truly self-hating, truly detests themselves, you feel awful for them, but eventually it's exhausting, especially if you're romantically involved with someone like that. Like it doesn't matter how attracted to them you are, how many amazing things there are about them. After a while, the way they see the world becomes so exhausting because they have this broad group of people that are untouchable, that they must measure themselves against, and they will always fall up short. They will always fall short, and it is another reason to punish themselves. And then they have a group of people that are beneath even them, who they constantly need to be around but bitch to you about. And it is like being around like a shitty little 12-year-old, but at its core, it is just, it's depressing. Someone who fucking hates themselves that much it's really sad. And all the Philo-Semitism stuff, that's all I see when I see it now. It's these people who like know at their core, like, my life is a fucking lie. All I can do is just live in service of these perfect chosen people.
Yeah.
There can be a theological argument for them being, beyond compare for you.
Felix, I would add to that like the American version of this, like this is not exactly a novel observation, but it is just another form of anti-Semitism, because these people don't like Jewish people. And for the most part, they associate Judaism with liberalism in big cities that they fucking hate. But they love Israelis and they love really religious Jews. And like it's this weird thing where like they can hate everything about Jewish culture and Jewish people, but like still hold them up like they're some sort of endangered species that like speaking of Texas, it's like any other endangered species, put a fucking oil derrick through their skull tomorrow. Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Like if some endangered owl, build a data center over all of them. Just shovel them in, but it's their weird affinity for Israel, because I think in Israel, like especially with Texas, I think that there's an affinity there for this, Ben, like you said, what your great grandfather was doing. Like this frontier psycho shit. And I don't know, Felix, Ben, did you see that thing that I saw this and I had to just simply applaud that thing that Israel did a couple of weeks ago where they had like a world conference on Christianity, because obviously they're under a little bit of pressure now because both their settlers and military are killing and harassing. So, they're burning Christian villages in the West Bank. They're bombing some of the oldest Christian settlements in the world, in Lebanon. And generally, to be a Christian in Israel is to be shit upon, spat upon, literally. So they need to burnish their image for Christians, for evangelical Christians the world over. And they had this World Christian Conference where they got Christian leaders from like Germany and Korea to come to Israel and like come up on stage and start crying about how bad they've been and apologizing to Jewish people on behalf of all Christians for not supporting Israel enough. And I saw that and I was like,
they did race to dinner?
Yeah. I was like, yes, they did. Yes, exactly. They did exactly that. But they had I saw this Korean lady and she was crying and she was just like, we will never repent for our sins of what Christians have done.
Ma'am, you didn't do anything. Ma'am.
The German lady, the German guy, that's one thing.
Yeah, ma'am. When were the Korean pogroms? I mean, I don't like Samsung TVs very much, but that hardly qualifies.
But I saw that and I was like, I had to respect that. I was like, this is your conference to show how cool you are with Christianity. And it's like, hey, the state of Israel, we're not hostile. We're not a religious supremacist state that views anyone who's not us as lesser. And in fact, we love Christians. And then they just invite a bunch of Christians and make them fucking cry in front of them.
Dude, they
apologize to them. That's awesome.
They love doing that. Like,
that's fucking awesome.
I mean, everybody I grew up is basically like it's just a form of narcissism where you get to be stuck in this cycle of like, I need to be perfect like Christ. And then you sin and then you get to feel bad about it. And then you get to try again. It's just like a 4-step thing. And all 4 steps involve you just fucking thinking about yourself all the goddamn time. You don't think about anybody else. And so they love to like I grew up in a congregation where this like people will go up sometimes like kind of crying at the end and say that they've like sinned and that they've been bad. And like I remember this, me and my brother laugh about it all the time. Jace, he does a podcast with me with Devin Costa. And me and my brother grew up in this environment where, we're just like reading Far Side cartoons, like in the pew, like trying to just so bored, but like also being like hell is real and we're going to die and burn in a fire forever because like I glanced at a woman's cleavage at school. And so like, I'm going to be burned and tortured forever. But I remember this dude, this one old guy, like ran up after the sermon and he started crying and he kind of almost pushed the preacher aside. Like, okay, we don't even really do this. And he was like, I need y'all to pray for me because I watched internet pornography. I'm sorry, y'all need to, I'm going to try to be better. Just a silent congregation listening to a 74-year-old man weep about like watching an Alexis Texas video is so funny.
Hey, he's in the right state.
Because I'm in Texas, goddammit. I don't jack off to that Mia Khalifa, that commie muzzy shit.
Say what you will about the Catholics, but at least at least all that shit is done in a closet behind closed doors. It's not shared with everyone,
I think that is such a great observation, Ben, that it is constant. You're constantly thinking about yourself, just like how a self-loathing person is actually very narcissistic.
Yeah, they don't consider others, or that they drag down the mood all the time, or that like you make me feel bad because I feel like my love has failed you because it doesn't comfort you at all.
Yeah, I would always think about guys who do this, where they go, back when I was like a bad, sinful guy, I would use women by having sex with them. And it's such a weird framing of it to me, because it's just like these women were basically helpless. It was like, dangling a treat in front of a dog. No matter whether you're sinning or not, you're so cool that they would just automatically gave up the pussy to you. They don't experience horniness. They don't experience anything. They don't have internal lives. They just are robots who exist to reward cool men through having sex, which they do not, in fact, enjoy. And thank God you've given that up. But the way you describe it, it's making me realize that they're living out their own Tyler Sheridan show. And just like TV, it never ends. That's why TV gets so bad after 3 seasons, is because you can't resolve the storyline. It has to keep going. And the contrivances you need to reintroduce the same problem that you keep solving just makes it worse and worse and worse. And that's what these people's lives are, because they keep wanting to have that, penultimate episode big monologue, but they do it every week in front of everyone they know. And that monologue is like, I watched Girl on Girl, where it never went up, past above the panty mutual masturbation. And everyone's supposed to think, wow, what an amazing guy.
Dude, it gets even worse, because the Christian university I grew up in, I remember we talked to some sort of Christian couples counselor, and a lot of people I knew got married when they were 19 to their high school sweetheart. So
Good
they
idea.
got married freshman year, and then they were divorced by sophomore year. And you have to get married because that's the only way you can have sex.
Because you have to have sex. So
yeah,
that's why it's really funny when you see like a Mormon guy who's in his 30s and he's like, I'm still single. It's just like, we know. It's like, because look, you got to marry him off young, because you cannot get anyone to abstain from sex past a certain age.
Well,
it's just not normal.
I know, but the problem is that these guys, like one guy ended up getting divorced from his wife because she was like apparently talking to her girlfriends and being like, yeah, sex is kind of weird. Like, you got to like change the diaper and stuff. And they were like, wait, pause?
What?
And she was like, yeah, like they go pee-pee, they have like a binky in, you got to change them. And like all 3 of her girlfriends did this Shaq meme, like the timeout. Like, wait, what? And apparently this guy, I mean, the problem is like he was an ABDL guy, adult baby diaper lover. Shout out to the community. He was one of those guys, and like they got divorced immediately, and he started making songs about it on Facebook with his acoustic guitar in his dorm room, which was really funny. About how like she was the one. And then I remember talking to a couples counselor, like therapist lady, and she said that the vast majority of Christian couples she knew, were not only not having sex on their wedding night, they were then praying until God would tell them it was okay to have sex, but the man couldn't get hard. And these are like 19-year-old, like 18-year-old boys that are getting married. And it's because they've watched internet pornography for like 17 hours a day. And they have no relationship. Like they can't have a relationship with a woman. They've been taught that's the most evil, sinful, that natural, whatever horniness that you feel is the worst thing you could possibly do. So they couldn't possibly have sex with their wife.
Ben, do you ever watch those, like, Spencer just brought this up, but like, this is a genre that I'm a huge fan of. Do you ever see those reels on Instagram from like couples where it's a man and a woman, and the woman, like, like all IG reels is like sort of enlisted or sort of shanghaied her spouse into going along with like doing these shared couples content on Instagram. But it's all about how the man is addicted to pornography or struggling with pornography addiction.
I
it's all
love
about
those.
like how she holds him accountable, but like the whole, I mean, like the phenomenon you're describing is totally real. And there was like a big New York Magazine article this past week about how like straight men, gay men of all kinds now are like more concerned about their dick being too small than ever before, and are going to like increasing lengths to like find some way to get you some extra girth or size or whatever. And you know, the cruel thing is like there's really nothing to be done about it, but like it's really only an issue because the only like fully erect cock that you ever see is through pornography. And like, you know, if you're comparing yourself to like those guys, like they're professionals, okay? This is what they do for a living.
Yeah.
You're not going to...
Well, I can't dunk from the free throw line.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You know? But like, I think people are giving themselves these complexes because like pornography is like, the real world of sex or dating and intimacy is so fraught that I think men in particular are just like retreating and brainwashing themselves through pornography and giving themselves all these complexes. But like the entire concept of pornography addiction, I think, is also really spurious because it's just like, how do you tell that you're addicted to pornography? It's like, well, because like I use it to jack off and I do that pretty much on a daily basis. Like, is that an addiction or is that just like, I don't know, but like it's a phenomenon that only exists among people who already think jacking off is sinful or wrong. So if you do it every day, you're like, the only way you can conceive of that is like, I have an addiction that I need counseling for. And if you're a man like alive in the 21st century, like usually pornography is what you use to, you know, self-gratify.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's the same as like if you have a friend who like, you know, might have like weird eating disorder stuff they haven't like confronted and they're like, I was really bad today. I had a potato. You're like, well, it's a wildly nutritious thing, but okay, whatever, you know. But it's the same way with all those guys that like, I mean, your relationship with sex, I guess, can't just be a digital. It's kind of like you turn yourself into the cable guy. Have you seen that Jim Carrey film? You turn yourself into the cable guy, but with sex, where like you just have multiple personality disorder, but all the personalities are really horny, you know? So you can't function in the world anymore. That film's very dark, by the way. I rewatched it the other night. It's really dark.
I remember it being panned when it came out, but I remember really liking it.
Yeah, and shout out Ben Stiller, Courtside. He directed that.
Yeah.
He's got some sleepers. Shout out to all the billionaire pedophiles that enjoyed the Knicks game on the sideline. They brought the island right to us.
Obviously, like, I would have been in a much different mood today had last night.
Sure.
About the way
Sure. Congrats.
Like, game 3, I was like, going into game 4, I was like, we deserve to lose this fucking series. Because, like, if this is, like, to see basically the entire Epstein client list either in, like, the VIP box or sitting courtside was really... that was really great. I enjoyed it a lot.
Yeah, all the stars were out.
Yep.
Oh my God! Yeah, no.
Jerry Seinfeld. They asked him after the game to say "Free Palestine." He said it doesn't exist. I don't know if you guys saw that clip. Or
no,
not.
I did. Yeah, no. Clip, and I saw him. I saw him 2 years ago when he was at the Met game when the Mets were in the playoffs, and he was chanting. A camera was going by him, and it was like Jerry Seinfeld at the Mets game. He's Mr. Met. He loves the Mets, and he started chanting, "Let's go Mets." Let's go IDF. He started chanting, "Let's go IDF" at the Mets game.
I had a little moment last night around like midnight. I was walking to the store and some guy got off the train stop close to my house and like just looked at me and went, yo, my man, we won. And I sort of like, I had like
was the only person in Manhattan that wouldn't work on last.
and I was like, have you ever seen The Equalizer with Denzel Washington?
Of course, yeah.
You know how he does the thing where he looks around the room to look at all the stuff?
And then like does this, he dials his watch up.
I had that with like weighing my options of like, should I tell him that I don't like sports or tell him the truth that I only watch combat sports, but I'm not as big of a fan, or he won't. Why would he care about that? He's just going to think I'm a loser if I say I don't care. And I came out of it and I was like, all right, let's go. I think, I cannot. Sometimes I can really, I can really, I feel like I could really pass as a regular goyim. But then I have moments like that where I'm like, no, I cannot.
Yeah.
And you were like,
Felix Peterman, born and raised San Antonio.
I think it's a pretty fucking German name. If you
That's
ignore
true.
the fact that no German person has it.
You were like Big Dog. I can't believe Christ Bearer and Big Lurch reunited at halftime. they got Donald Trump's stink off the Knicks. Since I wanted to talk about the first is James Tallarico. Ben, I'm wondering if you have a read on this guy because like I as best I can like of what I can tell of him, he's a former theologian or seminary student. He seems kind of like Pete Buttigieg, and I think like the Texas GOP is using that to run against him to basically just be like he's gay. But I don't think he is gay. And now there's a story coming out that he's like dating a staffer or have dated staffers. Do you have any read on this James Tallarico guy?
I mean, he just seems like some like asexual guy they made in a lab for like libs of TikTok to get more engagement. Like they just love like libs of TikTok just post every day like a picture of him eating a rib and being like, look, he ate the rib wrong or whatever. I'm like, I guess this is politics now.
Ben, I did see something where
What's your favorite barbecue, libs of TikTok?
yeah, she was.
Are you a rib tips kind of gal, or?
Yeah. Well, no. I remember. I saw a clip of Glenn Beck talking to Dave Rubin about a clip of James Tallarico eating what they said was a rib, and he was holding it with a napkin, and they were like, "Oh, that's not barbecue." And then Glenn Beck was like, "Dave, you're the only gay guy I know. You tell me, this is gay, right? It's gay to eat barbecue with a napkin, right?" Like in the clip itself, as you know, eagle-eyed observers will note that this was James Tallarico eating a giant turkey leg with a napkin to like hold the end of it. And like, this is weird to me because I remember back when Zoran was running for mayor and there was that clip of him eating rice with his hands. And all these same people were like, "Oh, disgusting. Oh, look at this third world brownoid eating his slop with his fingers." And it was like, I don't get it. What are the rules here? I don't know.
It's Burger Reich. You know, everybody still shares that like citizenship test should be eating a double bacon cheeseburger or whatever.
Oh yeah.
And like,
Well, I mean,
the Reddit Reich.
that means Jewish people are out, by the way.
Yeah, no Israelis, yeah, for sure.
Well, yeah. I mean, only the observant ones, which is like, 15% of us, but they're growing geometrically every day.
So James Tallarico, I don't know if he could do it or not. I don't really know much about him or care. The only other Texas politician I do care about is Maureen Galindo.
Oh yeah.
Who's Maureen Galindo? Well, the answer is she's a local crank and nobody who lost her race for Congress, but she is like sort of like a local eccentric who is a well-known sex therapist and housing advocate, who was essentially sort of promoted by the GOP as a kind of paper tiger candidate to like make the Democrats look kooky. But I will say Maureen Galindo is like I said, sex therapist, housing advocate. She's doesn't support Medicare for all. She's sort of moderate on abortion and gay issues. But I would like to talk about her because the part of her platform that got the most attention was that she said that we should castrate Zionists and put them in concentration camps. And I thought, let's hear her out on this.
Yeah, she kind of snapped there. She kind of went off.
Yeah, she kind of looks like Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt. This is an interesting.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this is an interesting type of person. She's like a colonial sex doll or something. It's very strange.
Yeah, she's I was talking to Josh at Mentum about this, and this is like a candidate you're not going to see a ton of. You're not going to see a ton of them winning the primaries now, but maybe in 2 years you will. It is, we've talked about the inevitability of a Democratic Tea Party. Well, this is a lot of what it's going to look like. You are going to have people who are going to some positions where you're like, holy shit, that's from Jeremy Corbyn's 2017 manifesto or Jean-Luc Mélenchon, where they're like, we need to nationalize all the utilities, but I'm against Medicare for all. And also I want a left-wing version of Doge. I mean, that was basically her platform.
Yeah, just a bunch of broccoli-haired kids in like Che Guevara t-shirts. Just like,
yeah.
I guess castrating the Israelis. I mean, what would it look like? What is a left-wing Doge?
According
the
like,
left-wing
these people-
doge should be finding more ways to spend government money.
Well, no, she literally did have a part of her platform that was like, we'll do this. We'll have this department for government efficiency, but it's going to like, we'll get rid of all the Israel stuff and like talent here.
I would say,
which like not a terrible idea. It just I would like someone other than a sex therapist to do it, but hey, you got something to learn from everyone in this world.
I would think like a left-wing doge, in my opinion, would be like, where are we going to cut from the federal budget? And I would like a left-wing administration to like take an axe to like any money that's currently going to support any rural part of the country. Like to give them electricity, the internet, hospitals, things like that. I think it's just like you want to be on your own, and if you don't, move to a fucking city. That would be my version of left-wing doge.
That's pretty good.
I'm saying no more roads, no more electricity, none of that New Deal shit. Just like either live on your own or rejoin society. But crucially, no rural broadband access, because that's only made people go on Facebook more. That's bad. Get rid of it.
I like that idea. I like that idea a lot. And I think that's a good if you made everyone who lives, if you have to round up to justify them getting a congressional rep, you have to be on dial-up.
Like no more subsidies for agriculture, no more like grazing cattle on national parks and federal land and stuff like that. Get all these moochers and also no more healthcare for veterans as well. That would be my platform I'm running on.
Yeah, I'm sick of those welfare queens.
Yeah, like guys like fucking Graham Plattner. He's still on 100% disability. He doesn't look disabled to me. Apparently his dick works great.
It
He's
is funny
strong
that-
as fuck. He's laying pipe everywhere. He's loving it with my fucking tax dollars. Getting fucking spicy tattoos. He's fucking like every woman in DC who all hate him, but probably because the dick was strong as fuck. So no more handouts for people like that. And then what do they do with it? They go on to start some fucking oyster business and then run for Senate. No more of that.
Isn't like the most subsidized? Isn't it like farming and like agriculture?
Farming, agriculture.
100%. They are. I mean, being a corn farmer is like the ultimate no-show job.
It really is.
Have you noticed that every time farmers like bitch about like, oh, we put food on your table, they never go into specifics. They're never like, I have to get up at this hour. I have to do this. I have to do that. They're just doing nothing.
And like most of these people,
like three agribusiness farms that make all the corn that ruins all the food, and then everyone else is just getting a check for saying they're a corn farmer.
Yeah, that's another group of people that like they're getting the shaft and left wing doge. Farmers of any kind. No more money for farmers. Sorry.
Yeah, unless it's like a Mel Gibson sign situation, then I think we should keep. Because I'll support a farmer if they have like a big Hershey's Kiss on their head and they're running around with a baseball bat or whatever. Like that would rock.
Yeah,
that would rule. If they think they're being gang stalked by aliens, then like let's keep sending them a check.
Either that, or they'll be like shoeless Joe Jackson will walk out of their fucking field or something. they got like some sort of ghost portal in the baseball based ghost portal where you could come and visit and play catch with your dad and stuff like that. I suppose that's useful. But as far as I can tell, they're not feeding anyone.
Yeah.
They're not even farming. They're just landowners. Ranchers are even worse. That's another thing.
God.
Federal subsidies for wolves, like to give wolves weapons to better kill cattle.
Yeah, and the cattle who own the cattle.
Yes.
Yep. The Zog cat.